I was wondering if you can tell us a little bit about your life with OI in Nepal, since we have the opportunity to speak directly to each other.
Thank you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay. Yeah, here OI is very new disease, and many people don't know about the disease. And every year I am raising awareness of OI in Nepal through making interviews, radio talk, and writing articles and posting in social media. And when my son diagnosed, when my son has fractures, people don't know what happened. And some doctors said that your son is small, so that is why he got fracture. After the treatment, it will be cured. But second, third time, every time going on fracture cycles. And our neighborhoods and our relatives said that we are not doing good care of our son. That's why the fracture cycles is going on. But and then we took our son to the higher medical institutions in big cities, and there is also not possible to diagnosis OI in Nepal. And finally, we are trying to take him to outside of Nepal, and many we have joined in social media, and many OI parents suggest that we have to take our son to the other country. And finally, we are able to take him to the Canada with the support of many OI parents. And then there in the Montreal, he got opportunity to put rod that is called FT rod. It is a telescopic rod, and then it is very new. And they returned back. My son and my wife went there, and they returned back. And this is only, I think, still today. Still today, he is only one person who got that rod, telescopic rod, in his knee. And then we come back, and here our doctor, some of our doctors said, please don't put out your son from the bed. Just put on bed every time. But we are trying to take him to the school also. So we are carrying him to school with the help of wheelchair and stroller. And now he is studying in class 5, and his study is very well. He's very talented boy in his class.
But you need to fight a lot to get
raising awareness, and this is all Nepal. People know me as a OI parent. If some in some hospital, if some fractures cycle and something, they got the patient, and they will call me and take suggestion what to do next. Even the hospitals doctors also call me, and many people know me that I am raising awareness of OI, and many news media is supporting me to post to publish the articles. Today also I posted. I published 3-4 articles in the local newspaper and national newspaper. Every year, I do awareness work in Nepal. Okay. And the other things that we are suffering from this disease with my son, that when we go to work, and if a call from home, it always scary. It always makes my mind that if there is some fractures, if the call from school where he is studying, and if school is calling, and then I are just afraid if there is something happen, because many more fractures are happened in school and happen in home, and then I always very afraid to receive the call from home and from school.
That is something we can all relate to. So it's, even though kind of Nepal is obviously in many ways a different context, but indeed that call from home or from school that something has happened is something that yeah, we all always dreading. But you know, I think it's first and foremost in the spirit of Joe also, it's important that you actually manage to fight your son into having access to healthcare and into having access to school, because without that, if you had not worked so hard for it, probably your son would not be in school. Could that be right?
Yeah. We are doing very hard work for taking him to school. We have to take a leave from work, that we have to stay in the school also sometime if there is examination. And that is not the school for different people. That is the school for normal child, and he
Mm-hmm.
goes. He has to competition with the normal child, and uh, there is maximum chances that children don't know about the disease. And every year, every day, almost we go to school to leave the son in the school, and we say to the teacher that this is happen in my son, please take care. And there is every time there is changing teachers, and every teachers new teacher, we go and talk about his problem. And with the school children, we go and talk with the school children also about his problem. And some people, some children help him, but some people don't understand, and they will just quarrel, and they will run and just pull up or push him. That happens because the children age is just 11, and they just wanted to run and play more. That's the problem. And but my son, he knows about that. I don't have to run, I don't have to walk in the weighty places. He knows everything. But other children don't understand about that, and sometimes it makes a big problem. And teachers also very supportive, and they know how to care. And they will send to toilet, and they will bring them back to the classroom, very helpful. And
Can
at the
I
same time, we also going in time to time, we just watching them. And we sit them in the classroom, and we talk with other children about him. That's why we are trying to break the fracture cycles. Yeah.
And so, can I just ask maybe as a final question, because I start to see our friends from Russia coming in, but yeah, we heard all from Nigeria, for example, that there's a lot of taboo in society to deal with people who are different. So, is that also true for Nepal, or is the society accepting your son or people with OI as they are?
Hello.
Oh, sorry, you couldn't hear did you hear my question? We can't hear you anymore. I think the batteries have started to. Can you hear us still, Kim?
Yeah, please.
Can you hear us again?
Yeah, please, once
Yes,
again,
okay.
question.
I was just curious about Nigeria. We heard there's a lot of taboo around accepting people. They think it's actually a problem from their ancestors. Or how is it going in Nepal? Does society accept people who are different?
Yeah. I can understand your question. Thank you. It is same that in every underdeveloped country, okay, same problem because of awareness. In our country, if some child found several time factors, means OI, they don't know OI. They think that this happens because of the God, because of supernatural power or something happening with like witch, god, and because of the superstition. The disease related to the superstition directly. And they will not go to the hospital, they will call the traditional healers. In Nepal there are many traditional healers, and they will just like oh mama mama like this. No, I cannot describe this thing because
it's not an
just you
objective.
can just yeah, they will just like worship something and just praying mantras and do like this, and just going like a treatment. They will do treatment like this, like a traditional healers. Exactly, they don't go to the hospital, and they don't know. They think that if once broken and go to the hospital, twice broken go to the hospital. If it happens 3 4 times, they do not believe in medical science. They go to the God. God is going to give some problem us, so we have to go to the healer. And what healer say, they do that. And we have lots of superstitions, and that is why I am trying to raise awareness for that. People, please don't go to the healers, go to the hospital. At least you have to go to the hospital and just take suggestion from the. But many more people I have seen in Nepal, they do not go to the hospital.
And you don't really have an organization of people with OI, or do you have something like a group of people that connect?
We don't have an organization in Nepal. We don't have. I am the first person who introduced osteogenesis imperfecta in Nepal.
Yeah, and we are all people start to know you. So just now, Kim, you can also ask us anything that we can. Obviously, you have already raised a few times that the cost for bisphosphonates is ridiculously high and things like that.
And then first time my son diagnosed OI in 2011. From that day, from that year 2011, I am trying to raise awareness, putting posters in the hospitals, buildings, and many more public areas. From 2011 to till that things. And at that, from the 2011, I am trying to establish OI foundations in Nepal. We have to register one with the government, and I'm trying. At that time, what is our government's rules that we have to show one office, one board members. There are 7 8 board members has to be there. One office that we have to set up that things, and I'm trying to just asking means just trying to collect support from OIFE and other. Just I'm request them to please make one office room to set up the office room, and I will just able to do this. But at that time, my son has problem going hospital every month, going back, and it is transportation charges, and it's very expensive for us. That so I could not manage one office that time. And other thing that my son has a severe problem every month, one fracture every month. That is why I'm trying to take him to the Canada for further treatment, and I just lacking that setup of the OI foundations. And then when they came up, and then all this thing, and people just thinking that this is good thing, but I could not manage everything from that day, and still not able to do it. But in my mind that I'll do it, and one day OI Foundation's member president will my son. Okay, and he will himself will raise awareness, do many supportive works to the many other OI patients in Nepal. That is my dream.
It's a long road, and you're educating him. You're making sure he can take charge of his own destiny, and he can help others in Nepal once they come together, and it will build a better future. Over
recently,
time.
Recently there is Eurodis photo competition and volunteer competition, and then Norwegian got that.
You won the photo competition, I think recently, or number 2 or something like that.
I number 2, and my sons will get that prize, volunteer for OI in Nepal. That is my dream, and you will do that because
I'm very sure, Kim, you will
my
get
son
there.
is having.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much for your spontaneous contribution, Kim. Thank you very much indeed. We probably need to start to get to our friends in Russia who are waiting with many participants in the background. So I think it's probably time to move to Elena in a moment. But thanks so much, Kim, for telling us a bit about OI in Nepal. That's such a pleasure that we've been connected for such a long time. But yeah, we stay in touch, and thanks again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Elena, very warm welcome to you.
Hello, Dagmar.
Hello.
My colleague Ileana Grachova, producer.
Hey. Wow. There's so many teenagers.
It's impressive.
How much people we have together.
Oh, hi.
From Russia. Look.
That's a cool community. Wow, that's even more. This is amazing. Spasiba.
That's the only word I know either. Spasiba. This is so fun. Are there in total?
Hello, I'm so happy to see you. And I'm Yelena. I'm from Russia, and I'm working together with Yelena. And we are happy to see you from our camp. It's a fragile camp from the border of Moscow region. But together with us, we have so many guys and parents and children from the whole Russia. And yeah, and we're happy today for just to be with you, to feel that we all together as a big family. And there are no borders, no limits, and whatever. So just we're very happy to be a big fragile family together with Ife and just happiness. And look,
how many children are at your camp?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you give a few minutes just wait my words for all guys?
Absolutely. Take your time.
Итак, всем большой привет. Мы очень рады, что мы сегодня все здесь собрались. И очень рады, что у нас нет границ и относительно того, что мы можем встретиться вот так онлайн.
Hi guys.
Just let us show you our hugs and waves.
Okay. How does that work?
Yeah, we're sending our hugs to you.
This is so cool.
So here we are. We have together more than 70 guys, children, and just the same amount of parents. Some of them are fragile too, and just what to say? And maybe you can say, where are you from? Just a few words to introduce and to understand who are you. Just you can see who are we.
I think a great idea, Elena. Super.
Yeah.
Let's do a quick round. So, Daniela, you kick it off.
I'm in the Netherlands currently, and we have people all over the world here watching you, basically. So from Netherlands, everywhere.
And what do you do in life? Because you are actually quite an interesting person for our community.
Is it true? Okay. Yeah, I'm hosting this event together with Dagmar. And in life, I work at a production company. I work for television. So that's my profession. And I like to be as active as I can in the OI community. And I think this is so incredible. So I'm 30. Yeah, great.
All right, then shall we just do a few more people, Elena? Or sorry, go ahead, Elena.
Yeah, just 1 minute for translation to Russian.
Sorry.
Только что с нами говорила Даниэла, она из Нидерландов, и она достаточно особенный участник данной конференции. Она работает на телевидении, и она просто поделилась своим опытом того, как ей взаимодействовать с данной конференцией сегодня.
Great. Well, then just quickly on, I would say reconnect on Kim. You wanted to say hello as well, where you are from? I'm not sure if they've heard it.
So what should I do?
Just introduce where you are from.
Oh, I'm Kim Lamichane. I'm from Nepal. Yeah, I'm from Nepal.
And a proud father of a son.
Yeah, I'm proud father of OI. My son Animesh Lamichane having OI osteogenesis imperfecta type VI, and he is now 11 years old, and he is very bright child. I'm very proud of him.
Wonderful. A proud father. We like that. Excellent. Thanks so much, Kim. Shall we, Elena, is that what you want to do? Go through a few of the people? Yeah, go ahead.
Cool to have 1 minute after a speech to translate.
Who would like to go next? Marike would like to go next.
Oh, Marike.
Great.
Okay, yeah, Marike.
Yes, please think about wherever you want to go next. Okay. Can we go for the next one, Elena?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, go. Marike.
Hi, my name is Marike. I'm also from the Netherlands. I'm a singer, so I sing for my living. And I teach music, and I have a daughter of 7 years old who has OI. Hi, guys.
And Marike also gives online singing lessons for those little stars amongst you. I just say I'm going to mention that real brief. And in the afternoon, she will sing for us too, in case you have time to listen in.
1 hour.
In an hour. Super. Who would like to go next? Danae, thanks.
Danae?
Right.
Okay, let's go.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're working like a charm. Here we go.
Yeah. So, hi everyone. I'm Danae. I'm 32 years old. I'm currently working as a social worker, but also working towards becoming a therapist. So that's what I do, and I have OI type 1.
Thanks so much, Danae. And Danae, also, I think you have lots of friends in the OI community.
Yeah. We have a really nice community here in the Netherlands, and I made a lot of friends the last couple of years, and especially we have a lot of fun in our app group. So it's really nice, and we can't wait until we can safely visit each other again.
Wouldn't that be nice to see each other as well with some Russian friends in addition? Even more fun than we already
Wow.
But it's so cool to see everybody there in the gym. It's awesome. I didn't expect it.
Over to you, Russia. Who would like to go next?
Dana?
Hi.
Here we go. Great. So then over to you, Justina.
Yeah, you can go.
You can go, Justina.
Hi. Happy Wishbone Day.
Yay.
Yay.
Do you want to say where you are living, Justina?
Hi. Happy Wishbone Day to everyone. It's been a lovely day here in Ghana. People are flaunting their yellow in support of all OIS in Ghana and all the world. And today we had a great time with the hospital as well, where our children normally go for their treatment. So it's been a fruitful day so far.
And you've been, I think, helping to make the hospital playroom look very beautiful.
Yes. Yes.
Wonderful. We will hear about this later, right, Justina?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so wishes from Ghana to Russia.
Это Аида, она передает большой привет из Ганы. Она нас поздравляет с международным праздником и говорит, что очень рада
Amy,
здесь.
are you here?
Amy?
И также она сказала, что сегодня Всемирный больница также отмечает этот праздник, и она говорит, что нам, что мы сегодня иметь, передает большой привет.
Perfect. Who would like to go next, guys?
Hi.
Hello, Ayeye.
Ayeye, where's she?
Hi.
Great to meet you. Fantastic. You're famous, Ayeye. I'm following your Facebook and you're dancing, so we will hear about your star, really.
Thank you so much.
That was for Ayeye. Beautiful. And let's see if anyone else would like to say hello. Maybe I'm just gently asking Vayu. I think you just came in, maybe, Vayu. Oh, here we go, Vayu. Thank you very much, Vayu. Can you just very briefly say hello to 70 youngsters from Russia? Because you just want to say where you are from, please.
Hello, all of 70 youngsters of Russia.
And where are you from, Vayu? Can you explain?
So sorry, because I just breakfasting, so yeah. I'm Wahyu Widayati, mama to Fatima, 6 years old from Indonesia. Hello, all of wonderful youngster from Australia. Sorry, from Russia.
Russia. We have a couple of very different communities here, but that's wonderful. Thanks so much. Thank you for coming, because it's very, very late in your day, I think by now, Vayu, right? To evening. So thanks.
You're almost welcome here.
Suzanne, would you be okay to go?
Who?
I'm just trying to look at Susan very briefly. Hello.
Hi there. I finally can get on. It's early in the morning in Tucson, Arizona, in the USA.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I have type 3/4 OI. I've been in a wheelchair all my life. It's pretty good over here.
Tucson, Arizona, just to be very clear, it's USA, huh, guys, in the Russian area. I'm not sure how good your geography is. So we're talking about the USA very early in your morning, right?
Right, very early. The sun is just
What time is it?
It's 6:15 or 6:30.
Wow.
AM.
That is really early.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Russia.
Good, Susan.
Perfect.
We're just getting ready to go to work around here.
Oh,
wow.
So you definitely made our day already, Susan. Is there anyone else who would like to say hi to our Russian friends? And nobody has to, feel free.
They don't.
I think others are maybe a bit more shy, but that's absolutely fine. So, I mean, back to Russia. We're curious. What are you doing in your camp? Yeah, I think that's how you call it. Hello. Tell us about what you're doing there together.
Yes, let me say some few words about. So here it's a 5th or even 7th day in the camp, and we'll be here for 3 days.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's a big camp. Our main theme is to introduce guys in the theme of politic history and all of those matching very hard themes.
Okay.
So it's important. So this moment and this conversation is very important for guys just to feel themselves a part of the big world. And as I said before, no matter what's going on there in between those guys who are deciding how to communicate without between our countries. So it's very important for us, and all these questions, very hard questions, we're discussing them no matter. So we have 10 years guys here, and we have 12 years guys, or 20 years guys here. So whatever, it's very important to say how difficult our world is, and so something like that.
But that we're all connected in a way. Yeah.
Well,
let me say a big thank you for all of you guys, just to introduce yourself and to just to have this opportunity to meet you.
oh,
And
it's the other way around. We think that what the Brittle Bones Fund is doing, organizing the youth camp together every year, is absolutely amazing, because you are really trying to give everyone the power to succeed in life.
so it's let me say just 2 words. So it's 12th camp for our foundation, and usually we do we help guys to solve medical problems, because in Russia it's not so easy to get the qualified medicine, how to say, help, medical help.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to socialize. Can I say it like, yeah? So there are many problems in cities to feel feel yourself free to move and to go to school, and many problems. But whatever, we have this camp like a place where everybody can go. Usually we do it twice a year. Yeah, twice a year. And the last year, of course, was very hard for all of us, and we haven't seen guys for more than 1 year, and they are so big right now, and we're surprised how cool they are. And yeah, so I'm a bit shy, and thank you. Maybe let me say bye, and yeah, and thank you for this opportunity.
How do you say good? How do you say
together? It's the main things that we are together with you guys and well, all of the world.
Exactly, and we can learn a lot from each other. It's great that you are helping us to connect. OI does not have boundaries, and if we don't have those boundaries in our head, we can have lots of fun together. So enjoy yourself in Russia, and thank you so much for making the time. Bye bye.
Spasiba, thank you.
Spasiba.
Spasiba.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
That was special.
That was very special.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
So
gosh.
enthusiastic. It's so fun to see.
And it's impressive, isn't it? Such
Yeah.
a large crowd. That is
Yeah.
really something else, I have to say. So, yeah, but that's the whole thing. You know, we sometimes think, oh, gosh, it's really hard to get people together. But then you see certain countries just doing it. And, you know, obviously it depends as well on Corona. I don't know how that works for Russia. And I just leave that out for now. But the fact is that it takes some work to bring people together. And if you really want it, you can actually really do it. So that's really inspiring. And I think this is the moment where we then head over to our friends in Ghana. And to Stina. Thanks so much for waiting and sticking around for such a long time.
Hi, Ayeye.
Hi.
Hi.
You have such a beautiful name.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What does it
Merci
mean?
beaucoup, that is in French.
Oh, you speak French as well, of course.
Wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
come.
la, la. I don't speak French, sweetie. I'm sorry.
So, Ayeye, since you are with us, how old are you, if you may ask?
I'm 9 years old.
Okay.
I'll be 10 this year.
Okay. When is your birthday?
2nd September.
Okay.
2021.
2nd September.
Yeah, then you'll be 10. You'll be 2 hands.
Yes.
So what is it that you like to do?
Singing and dancing.
Okay. What is your favorite song? What do you like to sing?
Gospel.
Oh, beautiful.
Gospel. That is nice. That is really nice. And do you sing all the time?
Thank you.
So we even have a dance that you've recorded for us to show. So before we talk about all kinds of things, shall we maybe just look at your dance to start with? Is that okay? Yeah, shall we do that?
Okay.
Okay, so let me just see if I can pull it all up, because I first need to.
I'm very curious to see your dancing.
Absolutely.
I want to see how good you are.
She's pretty good with dancing.
Oh, I think she has an own Facebook site, and where you can study all kinds of really special moves. And I have a lot to learn from her. Let me just, I hope I can make this one work. Here we go. I hope you can hear it. Okay, let me just get that one out of the way and let that switch on the sound. Can you hear the sound?
I don't see anything. Is that
okay. Wait a second. This one. Okay. Getting there.
Technology. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you are.
Yes, I've learned to depend on you. I've got confidence in you, oh Lord. I put my trust. The love has taken over me, 'cause I'm not to depend on you. I have confidence in you, alone.
Thank you all, and I love you all, and happy Wishbone Day. Hello, people.
Oh, I would just almost like to listen to it again. It was so well done. Bravo!
Thank you.
You did such a good job.
Thanks.
Your
She
favorite
loves
song?
to dance. She loves it
I
a
can
lot.
tell.
Yeah.
Very good at it as well. Good dancer.
Sorry?
She's a good dancer.
Yeah, she is. She is. And she loves it. So she really enjoyed doing it.
I could tell. It was really, she really made me want to get up and dance as well.
So where did you learn all of that, I wonder, Ayeye? Because, I mean, you have a sort of attitude and you know all the words. I mean, how do you learn all of that? Where did it start?
I started learning when I was 5 and 6 years old, and
Okay.
and I saw people dancing. I said, why don't I, start dancing? And I was learning how to dance bit by bit, and I was really good at it. And music, is my passion. And I listen to the song, and I love beats.
So the rhythm.
When the song makes the beat, I go really high, and I do a lot of skills. So when the beat is low, I go low way, Mom.
So I'm not sure if you learned it from your mom, but definitely you learned it from somewhere. I think you also are. You had it in your side already. Your musical genes.
I think so.
I think so too. Yeah. So and how did you look at people around you to learn how to dance, or did you just invent those moves yourself, Or did you look them on the internet, or how does that work?
Okay, I look through the internet.
To the internet.
You
Yeah,
watch
I also watch them on TV.
Mm-hmm. So do you watch videos on YouTube?
Yeah. Sometimes. Sometimes.
Okay. That's a good way to learn.
Yeah, that's a really good way to learn.
Yeah.
Exactly. And then, so tell us about your life a bit, maybe in Ghana, Ayeye, and together maybe with Justina. So where in Ghana do you live? Are you living in the capital or somewhere outside?
Okay, so we live outside the capital of Ghana. It's about a 3-hour journey from the capital. We live around the coast area. So we have the sea by us. The place we live is called Cape Coast. And it's a very big place for tourism. That is where slave trade started. And we have all the castles around that people come and have a look and learn about Ghana.
Okay.
And at the moment, there's no tourism, probably, with Corona going on. Probably there's no tourism, no travel going on, right?
No. The country and the town is quite quiet because nothing much is going on. Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe tell us a bit about how OI is taken care of in Ghana. How do people know about OI? That it exists? I mean, they know about Ayeye, they know about her dance moves, and that helps.
Yeah, I would say that 10 years ago, yes, OI was still around, but in people's homes quietly. When we started the foundation and when I realized that Ayeye was the type that could advocate better of the condition, I think that was where people became much enlightened about the OI. Now, when you say OI, people say, "Oh, yes, I know that little girl." I wouldn't say we have done it all, but I think now we can have about, if I am not exaggerating, I would say about 50% of Ghana's population now knows something about OI. It's, yeah.
That's good.
That's and that's beautiful to have somebody like Ayeye as well to be the face of OI, and such a lovely face and such an energizing spirit. Yeah, really. I mean, everyone will fall in love with you immediately. That's clear. But exactly. Well, but it's true. I mean, really, it's you do draw the love out of people because you are full of love yourself. And I think that also comes a little bit from your mom. So maybe Justina, you have been as the president of OIF in Ghana, right? You said, did you set this organization up? Were you the one who started this?
Yes, for OIF Ghana, which I'm currently the president, I started it all by myself. With the help of some few friends, we started this whole thing. The main aim was to create the awareness because we realized, and also to get data on OI, because I realized that even when you go to the medical field, knowledge about it was not that in-depth. And they had also not had a feel. Most of the doctors, nurses had not had a feel of an OI child or an OI individual. Yes, so that's basically it. We started OI in Ghana, and currently we are the only organization that is fronting and also talking about OI and doing all the noise about OI. Yes.
And noise quite literally, because I remember you are able to drum up lots of people to do like a demonstration in Ghana. So tell me, what was this also this year, or was it previous years? I think you really organized visible kind of marches on the street, right, for OI?
Yeah. It's something that it's a medium to use to draw attention to what is going on. And so in Ghana, if you really want to draw attention, it's not only on social media, because not all of us can read. So sometimes you just have to go on a parade, go to the streets. For the average Ghanaian who doesn't know how to read and write, we're also able to ask you questions, what is going on. And that is a medium how we can use to teach them about the condition. So that is why we do some of those things, because we are not only looking at the educated. OI doesn't only affect the educated ones. It can affect anybody at all. It can come to any home at all. So we try to blend it so that the market woman can have a share, and then the educated ones probably can go on the website and read about it, or can be on the internet and read about it. Yes.
So how many people are there in Ghana with OI? Do you know that?
Yes. Currently I have 5 kids that we are helping to treat or to manage with a condition. We've had several babies dying of OI. This morning we had a meeting with the management of the hospital where our kids take their treatment, and we were worried about the number of deaths we record of OI babies. Yes, so we are coming up with a whole lot of things to be able to see how best this can be managed or even brought to zero. Yes.
Yeah. Because what kind of healthcare do you provide for those 5 kids? What is that, bisphosphonates, or is it with help with fracture or surgery? How do you help those kids?
Okay, so with the help of Heart to Heart Foundation, which is chaired by Dr. Mary Peterson Suri, we are able to get pamindronate medication for our kids. And so every child under the foundation is on pamindronate. And we also get wheelchairs from Dr. Mary, which we also give them out to our kids. And for financially, yes, we solicit for funds from institutions and from other individual bodies, which we give to our mothers, because our major problem here in Ghana is that most mothers have been abandoned by their husbands because of the babies they come with. Yes, they don't regard OI kids to be normal kids, and so they leave their wives. So most of these mothers that we are taking care of are mothers that are doing it all alone. So sometimes we have to give them some financial support. Sometimes we have to give them school supplies for the kids. We give them clothes for the kids. We try to at least ease a little bit of a burden on them, because it's not easy. And most of them are doing just menial jobs. So not much funds are coming in to help them do what they are supposed to do. And all medical bills are being paid by the foundation anytime. Yes, we do pay all the medical bills. So we are a very young foundation, but we have a lot on our shoulder. Yes.
Wow, that is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, it is.
Also great to hear. So Mary Peterson Suri is not at the moment on the call, I think. But yeah, I think they have been doing incredible work for a very long time. helping those people with OI in countries where there is hardly any infrastructure. So I mean, big shout out to them and for the important work that they have been doing together with many others that are involved. But Mary Peterson-Zuri, I think, has been the one in the lead, exactly as you were saying.
That is really, that's great. That you'll be able to, that's going on. I mean, it's very impressive.
So what have you been doing today to celebrate Wishbone Day in your community? I think, Justina, you told me about something that you are doing there, right?
Yes. So we started the day with a roundtable meeting with the hospital administration on the way forward for the care of OI in Ghana. And we have also proposed that we want the hospital to have an OI clinic for us so that at least it will be a reference point. At any time there's any OI case, we will have a reference point as to which hospital can help with such conditions. The meeting was fruitful and a lot has been taken up by the institution to assist us. They are going to draw up, because we raised the argument that we don't want a walk-in patient type of system. We want a plan type of system where the OI kids will have a plan for their medical management. So they are going to draw up a plan for them so that at least all the other disciplines that have to come on board to help take care of these kids can do so. Currently, as we speak, the children are all in here in Cape Coast, and they are all at the eye clinic going through an eye screening test, because we realized that we have not tested their eyes, which is also a problem with OI. So they are all being screened this afternoon as we talk now, so that we at least, and then tomorrow they will come into the hospital for their palmindronate infusion. Saturday morning, we have a little donation. Some are taking wheelchairs away, and then others are taking some what do you call it? Books and school supplies and all that. So that's the plan. But what we did today was that Ayeyi brought up an idea, and the idea was to create a playroom at the hospital where our children have been taking their infusion. This idea to us was very laudable. So we helped her with the support of other people we contacted to help us do the playroom. So today we handed over the playroom to the hospital, and I'm very happy about it, because anytime these OI kids come into the hospital, you know, the palmindronate infusion runs for 4 hours. And so, yes, that's very tiring and boring. So for kids, at least if they have something to do, it's much fun than just coming to sit idle for 4 hours without doing anything, all because of a medication. So I'm sure tomorrow when they come in here, they'll be very happy that at least as they take their palmindronate, they also have a place to go and play.
Yeah, that's incredible. So what kind of things can they do in the playroom, Ayeye? What is in the playroom?
What's in the playroom?
Toys.
Okay.
Toys.
We have cooking toys, joy toys, memory toys, we have books.
Okay.
They have a TV.
So they can watch movies if they want?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
They have table and chairs.
Play mats.
And they have play mats.
Okay.
And
so they can do whatever.
Cowboy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they have a cowboy toy, robot toy, car toys, car racing toys. Oh, a lot. I can't mention that.
But so they can do whatever they want when they go in for their medicine.
Sorry?
Right? They can do whatever they want when they go in the playroom. They can play with everything.
Yes,
Yes,
they
it
can,
actually
but,
becomes a fun day, and it's not just the medical treatment, but also that it's actually really an enjoyable day, which they think about.
Yeah,
I get to
exactly.
play with all these beautiful things.
Exactly. Life shouldn't be boring all because you are sick.
Exactly.
Very, very good idea, Ayeye, and wonderful that so many people were willing to help. So brilliant job, and great dancing yet again. So I hope this is something that you also want to share with others. So can you maybe type in the name of your Facebook site if people want to follow you, Ayeye?
Okay.
Want to follow you?
Okay, so the name is Infragilis. We will type it in.
Yeah.
It's Infragilis IAE. Yes, and
like unbreakable.
Yes, Infragilis is a Latin word which means unbreakable. So it's Infragilis IAE, and she's on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook.
And Twitter.
Oh, wow.
So
sure that after today, you will have a lot more followers.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
You're very welcome. We would love to follow you. Is it okay, Ayeye, if I follow you on Instagram and on Facebook?
Yeah, it's okay.
Cool.
Hopefully others will do that too. Very good.
I'm sure they will.
Well, later on, in 30 minutes or so, we will have another little star coming up too, which is a young lady. She's 11 years old, so not that different from you. And she's called Semi Haney, and she is an actress. She's doing a lot of work for some television series, television production company, Netflix or so. Do you have Netflix in Ghana? I don't know if you have that over there, but anyway, she's very well known to many people, and that's all of a sudden that people know about OI also because they're watching her films. So maybe you have a lot of star qualities. So maybe someday you will also be on the videos or movies that you are now watching to learn from others. But I think you have so much in you. So many thanks for showing your talents here.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Will you stay with us for the rest of the program?
Sorry?
Or do you have to go? Are you going to stay with us for the rest of the program, or do you have to go to school, or?
No, she is going to go home because we are still at the hospital. So she's going to go home. I'm going to see my OI kids, and I'll join later after I'm done with those ones. I'll join. I joined in the morning, I left, and then I joined again. So I'll join back.
Thank you so much, and please send them all the love from all of us here. I think there's people from almost all the continents there, and it's just great to see how we are a kind of global village, and we learn from Ayeye, and we learn from the girls in Russia, and from Vayu in Indonesia, and everyone else. So it's just beautiful to see how great work you're doing. So wonderful. Thanks so much. Have a wonderful rest of the Wishbone Day. Yeah? And it's a great day.
We want to say happy Wishbone to all of us.
Happy Wishbone Day.
Happy Wishbone Day.
Happy Wishbone Day.
And thank you so much, Dagmar.
Oh,
you are
most
also doing a very great job. And we are learning from you all. Thank you all. Daniela, thank you so much. We will be talking later on.
Exactly.
I'm sure we will.
And as you are going to say hello to your other children in Ghana, I just wanted to show the others how it's also possible to keep in touch later on. So just a quick shout out about our Care4Bones platform. which we wanted to raise awareness for as well. So you see on the top hand corner, care4bones.org. That's the inside. So on the outside, it actually looks very different. It looks like a normal website. But once people have decided they want to join, they are part of this world map, which is really our community world map. And you see that really people from all around the world have already joined. Or many people already represented. And if you zoom in, because it's an interactive map, you see,
we'll just hit her start video.
Oh, I don't know who's coming in here, but maybe you want to mute yourself. So I'm just going to try to look at Ghana real quick. Here we go. Because in Ghana we have 2 people, and one of them is Justina. That's the lady we just talked about with the awesome daughter. So you kind of see if you want to have, for whatever reason, contact with countries around the world that you may be traveling once Corona's over, and you imagine yourself stepping onto an airplane again to maybe visit another part of the world, or if it's only to be in contact with people to see how you can help them maybe, this is really the best place to go. And let me just show you how that works. Because some people wonder whether it's like Facebook or so, and they just don't realize what you can do with it. And I just wanted to quickly demonstrate how it actually works. So obviously behind all those numbers, which you can zoom in on, you can see that there's people behind it. I think if Ronald, for example, it's on the call, Ronald is here, but Ronald is also here somewhere in this map in the Netherlands. So that's a little bit like Facebook, and you can zoom in even further. By the way, everyone is just mentioned with their first name normally in this platform. It's not the full name, it's just because I have a different access. And then everyone who's in it can also look up people that they feel they would like to connect with, not just on a person basis, but you can also think, for example, let's imagine you want to have a workshop to discuss a topic. Like, for example, let's imagine you want to study a topic about parenting for children with OI. I'm just coming up with something. So you would want to have people who can facilitate a network or a focus group, for example. You could choose this. So if I didn't choose this, it will bring up, let me just move this around. It brings up 21 people who said they're happy to facilitate a network or a community. And then you can see who those are and what their background is and in which countries they're positioned. So completely distribute around the world. So in principle, if we wanted to organize these things or organize virtual groups for discussing certain topics that are important to us, whatever it is really for what our community finds important, we can then bring them together. And if there's one person who cares about the topic deeply, let's just continue with the idea of Tony Jacobson, for example, a great motivational speaker, and absolutely, really, really empowering to get people to think about their abilities and think about their physical condition in terms of their fitness, their everyday fitness. Can you please all put yourself on mute, by the way? Then we can more easily hear that. Thank you. So Tony Jacobson, for example, we could bring him into a community initiative to discuss something around fitness because he is a subject matter expert already and he's willing to be a community leader. So that way we can just schedule an event, which is then something that you all can come up with. All of you out there, you can say you want to organize these events and we can see who else is interested in this topic. So today is Wishbone Day. On this 8th of May, I think Saturday this weekend, we will have something around bone fragility. So it's actually quite an interesting topic. So what exactly is the thing that causes brittleness in bone? Daniele, maybe you can mute those people that are speaking. That would be helpful. Thank you. This is one about family planning.
Oops. Dagmar, are you still here? Dagmar. I think her computer crashed again. Sorry, guys. This happened to us this morning as well. But no worries. Okay, so Dagmar was sharing the Care4Bones platform, and this weekend we have an event coming up called Why Are Bones of OI Patients So Fragile? So someone was going to explain something more about that. So if you're interested in that, you're more than welcome to join us. So sign up to the Care4Bones platform. We will share the link in our chat, and then you'll be able to join us there as well. So Dagmar's probably resetting her computer, and while we're waiting for her, maybe we can go over to Marika.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, sorry, didn't get that. I was talking through you. I'm fine. I'm in the Netherlands. I'm in my music school in Based.
Okay.
And we got really funky colors here shining on me. It's gonna be blue, yellow, of course, red.
You have like a disco ball above you or something?
It's not really a disco ball. It's a broken light that does of its own. So, but never mind. I'm enjoying the diversity and the funny colors. So it's only gonna get more showbiz-like, because if you're a singer like me, then you can use some extra color, right?
Yeah, exactly. You
So
can use all the
makeup
festivities
alone
you want.
is not enough. I'll just break the lamp and we'll get this whole special feature thing. Ain't that great?
Yeah, that's a great idea. So you actually have a daughter with OI?
Yes, I
Am I
do.
right?
My daughter
How old is she?
7 years old, and she has type 1, and she's only been diagnosed a year ago.
Oh, wow.
And, getting more and more information from people who have OI and have children with OI, I'm getting the impression that it's kind of late to be diagnosed when you're 6 years old. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I really didn't like that she's been diagnosed so late. So because as a mother, I immediately had a hunch. My intuition said there is something about my kid. I even had that intuition when she was in my womb, because really in the Netherlands we have the luxury opportunity to be able to, if you put some pressure on the team of the doctors and physicians, then you can opt for a C-section. So that's not a vaginal birth, but a cut through the womb. And I opted for that, and they really wanted to know why. And I said, I have the feeling that I have to do it. It's for my safety and for the safety of my child. I'm not sure why, but it was a hunch. And I followed that, and well, they kind of said, you're a bit crazy because it's not particularly better for the baby. I said, I'm sure it's better for the baby. And well, she started breaking from her, sorry about that, from her first birthday on, several breaks in a row, really heavy breaks that you would not expect, of course, because, yeah, well, you guys know what this is about, huh? And the doctors were looking at me. What did you do to your child? And I think that's a story. So that a lot of people.
It's also very familiar for the people that are watching, I think.
Yeah. And
they don't have OI, because there was OI in my family, so they immediately knew what was going on. But with you, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, and well, fortunately, the first real big break happened in a jewelry store.
Oh, wow!
Yeah, curious, isn't it? And the second one in a preschool, and nothing really bad happened or anything. Nobody could explain why the breaks were so bad and so big. Aha, Dagmar is back. That's great.
She's back.
I took all the chat function you could possibly imagine, Dagmar. So
yeah.
So that's why I was not really not really happy about they not searching anymore for it as something. They were just looking at me like, well, can you take better care of her? And well, she's thin and she's a bit small and she's a bit unhandy. She's a bit motorically different. So we have to take care of her in the sense of seeing what she does motorically, and you have to feed her better, make her stronger, let her do sports and stuff. And so this OI diagnosis came after I really expressed for over a year to the doctor saying there's something going on. There's something going on.
There has to be something, yeah.
So this type 1, where you don't really see much of it, is both a blessing and a curse in a way. Yeah. So, yeah.
I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're a professional singer?
Yeah, I am.
Does your daughter sing as well?
She does whenever I'm not around.
Why is that? Was she afraid to sing in front of you, or just?
I think that is because she enjoys it very much herself. So that's why she does it, and she's quite good at it actually. If I get a peek. But this singing thing has always been the reason for me to leave the building. So to put her to bed and say, "Mama's gone now. I have to do a performance, or I have to go teach." So she both loves it herself and she hates it because it's the reason why I'm gone.
Oh.
Not giving her attention for a while. So yeah. I think
that makes sense.
Find out later.
Ladies.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So I was listening in already quite some time. So I can imagine it's a bit duplicating. But also want to allow Daniela to be able to just take a quick, break maybe if you want to, because later on I need to really unplug myself because I have a call I needed to do, not to do with OI in a moment. But that's why I'm picking it up a bit from here. And sorry about that. My computer just crashed without any kind of really good reason for that, a second time already today. Sorry about that. But lovely, Ulrike, to hear that you are joining us again and willing to share your story, your personal story a bit with us. That's wonderful. And also your songs, right? So tell us, you said you wanted to do something for OI, and then, singing seemed like kind of the logical choice, right? So how did you come up with the idea? Not everyone says that right away. So
well, how did I come up with it? I was thinking, what can I do for the community? And the things that I wanted to do costed a lot of effort and energy that didn't come naturally. And I thought, what is my natural thing? What is me? What can I contribute? And actually, you, Dagmar, you gave me a lot of confidence and energy back, saying, I really like the idea of you singing, and I like your singing, and it's so beautiful how music can connect and bond people, give wonderful energy and well, love through the wires. There's no wires.
I think it's true. No, yeah, I think you can say that, and I think it's actually something which, with Corona, obviously, we all, many ways it's a curse with a screen connection. At the same time, I think we also see that we can actually transport a little bit of love through the wires and through the screens, and that's something that you really are trying to accomplish. And I remember that, you with your music are able to give me goosebumps on my set. I definitely know it works. But I think it's something that we all just need to learn a bit more, as we are also in the OI world, not always sitting next to each other, right? So we can still be friends for each other or help each other out, even though we're far apart from each other. So it's beautiful that you're having that vision that love and connection is possible also through music, through the online version of it.
And for me, it's also a way of doing my, I say that to bring that love forward and to do the music, and it also makes my motor run. It's a system of I'm feeling better by it, by giving that. That's why I chose this job.
That's usually how it works. If it is something that actually drains you, probably the other side will also not be energized by it. So that's for sure. That's something that definitely works. So you have 4 songs that you have prepared for us, right? And probably in the interest of time, is should go into those songs, which I can't wait to hear. So tell us which ones you're going to share.
I'm gonna do 4 songs that I did in the song challenge, the OI song challenge that I started in the Facebook groups. One is by Rod Stewart. It's called "Forever Young." It's about parents' love for a child through everything that comes to the life, and that you have to see happening and guide them and make sure that they get to the place best where they can get, and feeling vulnerable and strong about it, both. Then there is In My Daughter's Eyes by Martina McBride, which tells how you as a parent grow and learn to see life differently, because you're looking through your small child's eyes. It's looking different. You look at yourself, you gotta be your hero, so I better make the best of it. Okay, then there's This Is Me by The Greatest Showman.
Yay!
About empowerment and seeing what you truly are is wonderful. And then there's the last one. I'm not giving that away. You'll see that later. Okay?
Sounds amazing. And let me just say one thing so that you're not confused. So at some point in time, I need to step out, but Daniele will step back in eventually, just because there's one thing I couldn't escape for today, but I'll be back eventually. And I know you can carry it anyway. All right, take it away.
Okay, everybody on mute, huh? That's good. I'm gonna start with Forever Young, okay? There we go. May the good Lord be with you down every road you roam. And may sunshine and happiness surround you when you're far from home. And may you grow to be proud, dignified and true. And do unto others as you'd have done to you. Be courageous and be brave, and in my heart you'll always stay forever young. Forever young. May good fortune be with you, may your guiding light be strong. Build a staircase to heaven with a prince or a vagabond. May you never love in vain, and in my heart you will remain forever young. Forever young. Forever young. Forever young. When you finally fly away, I'll be hoping that I served you well. For all the wisdom of a lifetime, no one could ever tell. But whatever road you choose, I'm right behind you, win or lose, forever young. Forever young. Forever young. Forever young. Forever young.
Oh, beautiful.
It's like Mary Young. Can you imagine?
Really? No, I could not. That's amazing. And yeah, I think you suggested this song challenge so that people can think about what songs make them feel strong, energized, and kind of ready to help, I guess, whenever needed, each other, maybe themselves sometimes, right? So it's different stories behind those songs every time.
Yeah, and those are beautiful stories, and they're very much worthwhile hearing also, but there's not too much time for that, so I'll continue with the next song, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dagmar, just a quick question between you and me, because nobody's watching, of course, and listening.
Any question?
How long are you going to stay? Because the next one is specifically for you. You requested.
Oh, well, I 5 minutes for sure. So I think that should work.
I won't do the 5-minute version, but I'm gonna do the 3.5-minute version, so we're sure about that. It's gonna be "You've Got a Friend."
Oh, my favorite song! It really is. Okay, I put my mute on and I sing.
Aha! And guys, you can all sing along because I think you know the song. It's about winter, spring, summer, and fall. All you gotta do is call. We're in a call, so a Zoom call. You gotta be here. This is what it's about. All right, let's go. When you're down and troubled, and you need a helping hand, and nothing, no, nothing is going right. Close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be there to brighten up even your darkest night. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I come running to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you've got to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will, 'cause you got a friend. If the sky above you should turn dark and full of clouds, and that old cold north wind should begin to blow, keep your head together and call my name out loud, 'cause pretty soon you'll find me knocking upon your door. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running. Yes, I will, to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you've got to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. Ain't it good to know that you've got a friend? People can be so cold. They'll hurt you or desert you, and they'll take your soul if you let them. But no, don't you let them. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I really come running, yeah, to see you again.
So touching. Absolutely amazing, Marieke. You made my day. And I'm sure many other people felt the same thing. Thanks so much.
All of you.
And I'm kind of pulling out briefly, and Danielle is there, but there's, I think, 2 more songs to go, right?
Mhm.
2, exactly.
Time for 2?
Lovely. Yeah, I think so. If we carry on quickly, because Sammy Haney is already around the corner, so you carry on.
In the call, she's here.
All right. This song was requested by Emma Honka. Emma.
Emma? Are you
And
here, Emma?
My Daughter's Eyes. Yeah, Danielle, go ahead. What do you say?
Is Emma here? No, right? No. I thought she might be here. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
You are here. You gotta hear this song, so I'm gonna do it. All right?
That's true. That's true.
In my daughter's eyes, I am a hero. I am strong and wise, and I know no fear.
Uh-oh. And now Marika is crashing. Uh-oh. We're having a lot of technical difficulties right now. I'm sorry about this, you guys. Okay. Sorry, so we lost Marika.
That's very odd.
That's very odd.
All right, am I back already?
There she is.
Am I back?
Yes, I think
We
so.
can't see you.
But you're not moving. We can still hear you, though. Can you hear us, Marieke? Oh. You know what? A way to solve that is as well that you now maybe switch over to Sammy.
Yeah,
Sammy,
that might be a
and
good
then
idea.
you may do. I'll just say. Oh, Marieke, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Oh, there she is again.
Okay, there was some technical problem, but you're back. So
I'll go on then. Okay.
I think so.
My daughter's eyes, I am a hero. I am strong and wise, and I know no fear. But the truth is plain to see. She was sent to rescue me. I see who I want to be in my daughter's eyes. In my daughter's eyes, everyone is equal. Darkness turns to light and the world is at peace. This miracle God gave to me gives me strength when I am weak. I find a reason to believe in my daughter's eyes. When she puts her hair on my finger, oh, it puts a smile in my heart. Everything becomes a little clearer. I realize what life is all about. It's hanging on when your heart is had enough. It's giving more when you feel like giving up. I see the light. It's in my daughter's eyes. In my daughter's eyes, I can see the future. A reflection of who I am and what will be. Though she'll grow and someday leave, maybe raise a family. When I'm gone, I hope you see how happy she made me. For I'll be there in my daughter's eyes. All right. maybe you can pinpoint my video because
yeah, sorry, something happened, and yeah, sorry.
Right.
There you go.
Things. I have a last song.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, there is still a song request thing going on the Care4Bones Facebook site. So there's an opportunity for the next edition, somewhere end of May, to hand in your song. So if you want to, Danielle, you can put in a song as well.
Yeah, you already hinted to that on my Facebook. So I've been thinking about one, and I will let you know.
Everyone can do that. So
yeah,
I already have one beautiful request that I didn't get to do. It's by one of the persons who are in our Zoom meeting right now. But I need more to choose from. All right.
Okay.
And of course, this is your chance. It's your chance to do so. If you do so, you gotta go to care4bones.org to register there, because that's a precondition. Huh? You got to do that. That's what it's meant to raise awareness for us.
Yeah,
all right.
Exactly.
I'm gonna do "This Is Me" by The Greatest Showman.
Oh wow, great!
It's a heavy song, by the way.
Sorry.
Kind of a heavy song to sing.
It is.
I do have a flu. It's not COVID Corona thing, but I do have a flu, so it's a bit. I hope everything is going well.
I'm sure you're gonna do great.
You're getting all my energy. All right. Good.
I expect nothing less. Good luck.
Oh, sorry. I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are, but won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, gotta send a flood, gonna drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come, and I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. This is no apology. This is me. Oh, 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 oh. Another round of bullets hits my skin. Well, fire away, 'cause today I won't let the shame sink in. We are bursting through the barricades, reaching for the sun. We are warriors, yeah, that's what we've become. Won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, gotta send a flood, gotta drown them out. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come, 'cause I'm marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I make no apologies. This is me. Oh, 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 oh. And I know that I deserve your love. There's nothing I'm not worthy of.
Dankjewel. Thank you so much, Marika, for joining us and sharing your beautiful talents. Give a big kiss to your daughter. I hope to meet her again very soon because I haven't actually met her, but I'm sure we will sometime. That would be great. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So Dagmar is in another meeting, so it's going to be just me for the next hour. And I'm not going to be alone because there is someone here. And I'm going to look for this little lady. There she is. Sammy, are you here?
Hi.
Hi, Sammy. Hey, there you are. Oh, you look so comfortable. Where are you?
Right now I'm in my apartment in Atlanta.
Atlanta. Wow. What time is it over there?
Right now it's about 10:40.
Okay. Well, good morning then. Did you sleep well last night?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good. Well, happy Wishbone Day to you, sweetie.
Yeah, you too.
Can you maybe introduce yourself to everyone who doesn't know who you are?
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
I'm Sammy Haney. I'm 10 years old. I play Esperanza from Raising Dion. And I have osteogenesis imperfecta type 3 severe.
Oh wow. Cool. So you're that's not cool that you're a boy, but that's cool that you play Esperanza on Raising Dion. And I was actually wondering if anyone who's in the call has seen Raising Dion. So I was curious. Can anyone switch on the camera who has seen the show? I don't know if anyone. Oh, Missy has seen it. I have seen it, so I'll raise my hand as well.
Awesome.
So can you tell us a little bit about Raising Dion?
Raising Dion is a TV show about a little boy who has superpowers, and it's his first day of school, right? And then he meets this kid who's really enthusiastic about being friends with him, and he's like, and then they become best friends.
Right. And that's you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so and then you continue to stay friends throughout the show.
Yeah.
So Dion has magical powers. Is there any magical power that you would like to have?
If I had a magical power, maybe speaking to animals.
Speaking to animals?
Yeah.
And like one animal is specific, or any animal, or just
all the animals?
What is your favorite animal?
My favorite animals are cats, armadillos.
Oh, there's my cat. Did you see her? She's walking past us. Wait, Phoebe, come. Here she comes. Hang on. There she is. There she is. You just see her behind. Sorry. Look, there she goes. Okay, so cats are your favorite animals, and what else?
Armadillos and guinea pigs.
Oh wow! And do you have any pets of your own?
Yes, I do. Okay. I have a lizard named Ezekiel.
You have a lizard?
Yep. I have 2 cats.
Okay.
One is named Wiki. She's about a year old.
Okay.
And then one is named Big Rex.
Right.
Because he's older than Little Rex. Little Rex is not necessarily his sister. They just look like twins. So
wow. But
yeah.
So they look very similar.
Little Rex is my brother's cat.
Okay. And Big Rex is your cat, or how does that work?
Big Rex is my cat, and I own Wiki. She is a kind of tuxedo cat. She's more of just full black, but she has little white spots.
Tuxedo cat. I never heard that expression, but I like that. The tuxedo cats. That is great. So, you're an actress on the show Raising Dion. Do you want to be an actress for your whole life, or do you want to do something else, or?
Oh, well, I'm gonna probably do acting for a while, But someday I am planning on going to college.
Okay, and what do you want to be when you grow up then?
I'm actually not sure yet.
Well, you're young. You got time. Maybe you can be a veterinarian or something else with animals. Is that something you might like?
Definitely.
Okay, cool. Cool. So, so you like animals, and what other hobbies do you have?
Well, I like drawing.
Okay.
And
Can you maybe show us something that you draw? Is there something?
Oh
you
yeah,
can
sure.
do?
Hey Mom, can you get my notebook? It's somewhere.
So I'm very curious to see your drawings.
Yeah, some of them are of guinea pigs actually.
What does my notebook look like?
It's a blue book with clouds on it and a gummy bear that I painted on it.
I love your tent, by the way, that you have behind you. That looks
Thank
really
you.
cool.
Actually, it could be in there.
Ooh.
Oh wait, no, Mom found it. It's right there.
That's okay. So when your mom's looking, oh, you found it. Great. So what kind of drawings do you do?
This is the first guinea pig drawing. Well, not
Put
the
up
first.
so they can see it in the
This
picture.
is the second guinea pig drawing.
Wow. Is this one of your guinea pigs that you drew?
I don't own any guinea pigs, but I'm hoping to someday.
I'm sorry, yeah.
And then here's the first guinea pig drawing I ever drew.
Wow. You're really good at drawing guinea pigs.
Thank you.
So do you draw them from a picture, or does any of your friends have a guinea pig?
I actually just look up some pictures of well, I made up how it looks. There was my first guinea pig drawing is based off of another guinea pig drawing that I saw, but this one is kind of less detailed with less hair strokes.
Okay.
And then I also draw maybe some random stuff other than that.
So you like to draw. That's one of your hobbies.
Here's a guinea pig with a fuzzy potato. He thinks it's another guinea pig.
Oh wow. Oh, he thinks that's a guinea. Yeah, I can imagine. It looks like a guinea pig. He doesn't have any legs though.
It's a potato.
So on the show in Raising Dion. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yes. Esperanza feels she's invisible. Do you feel something like that sometimes?
Well, not really, because I'm mostly around my family.
Okay.
And I don't really go out places by myself because I'm like a kid. So
you're really young.
Yeah, and I don't go to school because of the issue that
with COVID, you mean?
Yeah, with COVID, and before that, because like my parents are worried like a kid is not gonna know that I have OI and just like run into me or like hit me or something.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So you're homeschooled, basically.
Yeah, I'm homeschooled. So I don't really be out of the house that much.
Okay. Well, that's okay too. And it's fun to be homeschooled, I think. So you don't ever feel like. But how do you do that on the show then? Because on the show, Esperanza and Dion, they go to a normal school. Is there someone sitting beside you to protect you, or how does that work?
Well, everyone knows that I have OI there, and are knowing to be careful and stuff. So yeah, there's no protectors needed there.
Okay, so everyone is taking care of you on the show. And there's only one season of Raising Dion. Is there going to be another season?
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm filming it right now.
Oh really? How's that going?
It's going really good. I did my big finale on the last episode already, but I have one more day of shooting until I'm completely wrapped.
Then you're done with the show for permanently.
Yeah.
No, just for season.
No, just for
season. Okay, yeah. That's okay. So what is it that you love about acting? What do you think is fun?
Well, what I love about acting is I get to meet a lot of talented and creative people, and I get to travel to places like LA and Atlanta, which I'm in Atlanta. So yeah, yeah, I really like going to different parts of areas, and I didn't go anywhere in Atlanta this time, but last time we went places because there was no COVID and stuff, and it was super fun to go to the aquarium and the zoo and all that stuff.
That's great. So you were able to go to places for your shooting for the series.
Yeah, when I was shooting season 1, I got to go places because there was no COVID yet.
Yeah, that's cool. I can't wait for COVID to be over. You?
Definitely.
Me too. Oh my. So you like to go when you acting, you like the traveling, but there must be some things that you don't like. What is it that you don't like about acting?
Well, I miss home. I miss my animals. I miss my cats and my family. Well, the only people in Texas other than my family that lives with me is my grandparents, which I miss them a lot.
Yeah.
They're taking care of all our 6 cats and my snails and the rat the lizard.
And the lizard. You have snails too? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Wow.
Well, we find snails just places.
Okay.
And I'm all worried that they're either gonna die of heat, die of birds, die of snakes.
Oh gosh.
Or stuff. So I decided to just save most of them. And now they're living in a big container.
Oh wow. How many do you have?
Okay.
6.
So
And then they have babies.
yeah, 6, and then they have like a bajillion babies. So.
Is that what snails do, right? They make a lot of babies.
Yeah. There was like, I couldn't even count them all.
So you'll probably need a bigger container in a few weeks or a few months then.
Yeah. We might give some snails to people or just set some free because there's too many babies.
Okay, cool. So when you plan on Raising Dion, but what is your favorite movie? Or is Raising Dion your favorite movie? That's also possible, of course.
Well, yes, Raising Dion is one of my favorite movies. I also am currently watching Malcolm in the Middle with my family.
Ooh, that's also a good one. So is there do you have a favorite actress or an actor?
Yeah, I do.
What's that?
His name is, what's that guy who does the alligator movie? Working on the alligators?
Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter?
Yeah, that guy.
He's not really. He's a personality.
Steve Irwin?
I know he's not an actor.
Okay.
But I like him too because he's very brave with wrestling the alligators and everything. Yeah, because I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of spiders. Are you afraid of spiders?
Definitely, but I'm not like afraid of them. I'm just like, I'm not gonna go near you. Goodbye.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I really don't. So what are you gonna do the rest of the day?
Finish my school, eat some lunch, play Minecraft, watch Malcolm.
COVID test.
COVID test.
You have to do because you have to go to do shooting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you have to get the test done.
Well, not tomorrow. Like
Saturday.
Saturday.
So 2 days. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So you got a busy day planned for you. Kinda.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Kinda.
So what does Wishbone Day mean to you? What is it? What is it about?
It's about spreading awareness for OI and all that jazz, because not many people know about it.
No.
And wearing yellow really supports that.
It's true. Do you have, are you the only person in your family that has a Y, or?
Yes, I am. I don't think there's a history of in my mom's or my dad's family of there being anyone with a Y. So I guess I'm the first one.
Oh, wow. You're the original OG. You're the only one. Great. Do you have any friends with a Y?
Yeah, I do. I have a lot, but some of them, there's Zoe and then there's Sophia.
All right. And did you meet them through the OIF, or how did you meet them?
I met them at the hospital, which I go to.
And at camp. Sophia, you met at camp.
Yeah, Sophia, I met at camp.
So you go to a special camp?
Once it was like for people with OI. So I went there and there was a lot of fun activities.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe when COVID is over, you can go there again, or?
Yeah, we'll try. There's like an enlisting thing where you have to put your name in. And if you get picked to go there, they kind of tell you.
Right, so they have to pick you.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. All right, so maybe, because we're here with a lot of people, maybe someone has a question for you. Let me check. Missy, do you have a question?
This is my grandma's phone. My grandma's name is Missy. My name's Opal.
What's your name, sorry?
My name is Opal.
Hi, Opal. Nice to meet you.
And I am a girl. I'm so sorry. It's just my haircut.
No, I knew you were. Yeah.
Okay.
I knew.
The thing just said, sir.
No. I said nice to meet you, but yeah. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Did you have a question for Sammy?
Yes. Sammy, I heard there was a new season coming out on Raising Dion, and in the new season, I'm not gonna ask for any like sneak peeks, but I'm wondering if there's new actors.
There's 4 new actors. I can tell you that.
Okay, thank you.
Because you're probably not allowed to say a lot, right, Sammy?
Yeah, not a lot. Yeah.
So do you know when we'll be able to watch the new season?
I do not, because they don't really tell us when they're gonna put it out, and we haven't really finished the season yet.
Okay. So it's gonna probably be a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe like sometime next year, or maybe late in this year.
Okay. Well, I'm looking. Oh, I'm sorry. That's my doorbell. Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to the next season. And what is your wish for OI for the future?
No matter what people say, just because you have a disability doesn't mean you can't do it. You can still do it, even if you have a disability or not. Try it. You'll see.
Sorry. I'm back.
Okay. Hello.
Well, thank you so much for being here, Sammy. I really enjoyed it, and I will keep following you on Instagram.
No problem. And I'll follow you back.
You already do. Yep. So that's good. Thank you so much for joining us. Have a great day. Good luck with school. And
You too. Thank you.
We'll see you again soon. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I don't know how to end it, so.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much. All right. Well, that was fun. And we're going to go to another influential United States citizen, which is Tony Jacobson. Good morning, Tony.
Hi, everybody. Hello from California.
What time is it over there?
Oh, it's early. We're just hitting 8 a.m. So.
What time did you have to wake up?
Oh, I get up every day pretty much about 6 or 6:30. So I'm good.
Okay, good. Good to hear. So thank you so much for joining us, Tony. We actually met a few days ago online because we're on different sides of the world. But if people don't know you, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi, my name is Tony Jacobson. I am a fellow OIer. I have type 1. I live in Joshua Tree, California right now. I'm originally from Los Angeles. And let's see what else. I'm about to have my 50th birthday this year. I'm super excited this summer.
No way!
Yeah, yeah. And I wrote this book, and I wrote this book a few years ago. It's called Disable Your Disability, and it really chronicles my journey, and that's what really drove me into the OI community, because for most of my life I didn't really, pay attention to my disability, even though I was living with it. And then eventually, finally, I reached a breaking point and I had to do something. So when I kind of went through my transformation and wrote the book and everything, that brought me into the OI community. And that's been since, I don't know, about 7 or 8 years now. And I've been active ever since, and just excited. And I love celebrating Wishbone Day and celebrating OI in a different way. So yeah, that's a little synopsis of what I'm about.
Yeah, because you're gonna do a special live stream also later on today, right?
Yes, today from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. So 5 hours, I'm doing a DJ set. I'm also a DJ, and I have a weekly show that I do on Cyber FM. It's an audio show, but this event today is a live video stream. And I'm doing 5 hours basically celebrating OI. I did it last year as well. Excuse me. And I'm going to be playing music. I'm going to be sharing facts about OI. I'm going to be sharing stories, my stories, other people's stories about OI, and just kind of, getting the word out, spreading the awareness. And that's what I like to do on Wishbone Day, is just kind of, use my talents to be able to get the word out and let more people know about OI.
It's also that's really important. So what kind of music are you going to play later on?
I play a little bit of everything, which is my specialty. So I like to do multi-genre, and I like to mix pretty much everything. I'll mix genres together at the same time. So, my heart is in old school hip hop and R&B. So I told you my age. So I'm like a 80s, 70s, 80s kid, and then I grew up in the 90s in the clubs and stuff. So I'm really big into like old school hip hop, and I've performed and created hip hop music. Say again.
I was listening. I was like, okay, I should definitely
Yeah,
check
yeah.
later.
So I play a lot of that like throughout my sets. I love hip hop, but I love just any type of music. So I like to mix it up. I kind of go a little crazy. So it's a lot of fun. I like to it's just whatever I feel. So yeah, we're gonna get into a little bit of everything.
Cool, because I've looked you up online over the last few days, and then noticed you're quite a busy bee, because you have a lot of podcasts.
Yeah.
You have an online radio show.
I am. Yeah. I'm thinking about it right now. I'm like, oh yeah, my calendar's
You're writing a new book.
It gets full. I am. Yes.
And on top of that, you're also a patient representative for OI. So how do you find time to do all those things?
I make the time. That's a big thing I learned a few years ago, was instead of trying to find time, I would make time. And I really, have focused on productivity over the last few years because of all the new things that I've started to do. And again, the book kind of drove me into, a new industry.
Right.
And I still haven't left kind of my old industry, which is entertainment. I do video editing, video production, and things like that. So it really is creating the time. Right. So I love scheduling. I love time frames. I like to know what by when. I'm that type of person. So, when it comes to working with me, and when I work with other people, that's what I expect. So, because I like to give that too. If I say it's going to be at 8 o'clock on Thursday, it's 8 o'clock on Thursday. So, I do make the time, and I even make the time for me time too, which is important. So yeah, that's kind of how I get it done. And, it all gets done. It's pretty amazing.
I know. I was in awe, like looking it all up, and I was like, how does he do it? Because does that have something to do also with on your social media? You talk a lot about embracing your disability. Does that help that you like plan everything, or just do what you want to do, or how does that?
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit, it is, yeah, that does play into it, because it allows me to not be held by the disability, and what I go through with the disability it doesn't hold me back. So, if I'm experiencing pain, or if I'm experiencing things that are involved, because that's kind of like the main thing that I'll experience now with the OI. I haven't, had a fracture in a long time. We're going to knock on the wood, as everybody should.
Yeah.
And
like we all do
so
say that.
exactly.
Yeah.
So for me, it really is that, like, by embracing it and really, knowing that I control it, that has freed up the time then to be able to do all these things. And I go about it in a different way. I'm very conscious about my movement. I'm conscious about the things that I eat, about exercise, about movement. So I think about those things a lot. And again, being an OIer, I think, we all have that in common, where we're thinkers. We really have to think outside the box. We got to do different things and figure things out in a different way. So that's definitely helped me to create this now. So yeah, I would say that it's by embracing it and saying, yeah, it's just part of me, then it's all good. It's definitely helped.
That's how you became unbreakable, as you say in your videos.
Boom. Unbreakable. Yes, absolutely.
So I know you talk about that a lot in your book, about how to become unbreakable, and not necessarily for people in our community, but also for anyone who's facing any type of disability or mental issue or whatever. I was just wondering, do you have any tips or tricks that you can share with us into becoming unbreakable, or what helped for you?
Well, for sure, it starts with, our mentality about things and our perspective. That's kind of like the number one place to start. That's where the foundation gets laid. For me, it really was, the story that I tell in the book is a lot about my physical transformation, because I was really overweight and, not feeling good, having pain every day, barely, I was walking, but always with assistance and always in pain, lower back pain, heartburn every day. Like I was in a bad state. And then when I really embraced my disability, changed my perspective, started to think about, how can I do something, as opposed to just thinking about the things that I couldn't do.
Right.
That was a big shift for me. So those are the kind of like two quick things, like really start to look at perspective differently, and start to look at what you can do as opposed to what you can't do. Because then once I started looking at the things that I could do in the gym, with the foods that, I could control what I eat, those types of things, that's when, life really changed for me. It was a 180.
Right.
So those are two tips for sure. I mean, I like to say, being unbreakable isn't about not breaking. It's about knowing what to do when you do break and reinventing yourself afterwards. So there's always a way to shift the perspective and change, and then, become unbreakable through that situation. So that's really it. And you have to be willing to do it. A lot of people aren't even willing to think about things differently. So that's a lot of what I talk about when I work with people. It's like I just come against people that just aren't willing to even see something differently and see a different perspective, especially when it comes to the disability, because, we are the ultimate, we know our bodies best. And I totally get that. And I feel the same way. But there does come a point where maybe we don't know everything. And we have to look outside, and we got to think of different ways, and we got to look at different perspectives, and we got to test things and try things. And just that willingness up here to be able to do that is where it all starts.
Right. So, you lost a lot of weight, and you talk about that in your book. Is there a kind of nutrition that you're saying that is really extremely good for us as a community, or how did you lose all that weight, basically?
I did it through a very precise program. So I literally, because I didn't know what to do, so I hired a personal trainer,
right,
which was a huge step in even that, because prior to me kind of going through my mental shift of saying, what can I do? How am I going to do this? I'm going to just break if I work out. you know, I had to, you know, once I got through that and I hired my personal trainer and started going to the gym, you know, 3-4 times a week and working out 6 days a week and then changing everything I ate. Luckily, my wife is really big into good eating, healthy eating. And so she was a big catalyst in me learning how to eat better. And she cooks most of my meals anyway. So she would give me good foods. And I started tracking calories. I started tracking my food. I started surrounding myself with people that were into fitness, into healthy eating. I started watching things, connecting with people online that were into nutrition, into fitness. And so that all just helped me. And it only took about 8 months for me to drop 40 pounds and get stronger. I mean, my biggest accomplishment was jumping. My feet had never left the ground.
Yeah.
And by the end of that 8 months, I was jumping 16-inch box jumps in the gym. So it's like, it was a lot of things in a short period of time, but it really can be done if it's focused. And again, if you're willing to like do the work and get your mind right around all that stuff, because it's easy to give up and it's easy to think that you can't do it. But yeah, that was, you know, and everybody's journey is different. It could take longer. It could, you know, be faster. I've heard people losing 40 in a couple months, or it takes 2 years. But the point is to just get on the program and start doing something different.
Right. Yeah, that's the most important part, because you shared on your YouTube videos, you said that you started walking when you were in your early 20s. So how did you overcome that fear? Because we talked about this when we met on Tuesday. There's a lot of be careful when you start to want to exercise even. So how did you overcome that fear?
Yeah, I grew up with be careful. That was like you know, I joke about it in the book. I when I was younger, I thought that was my name, you know, because it was always, that was my last name. Because my mom was always like, Tony, be careful. My dad was like, Tony, be careful. Like, it just became, you know, something that got ingrained in my psyche. And so it was stuck with me all through, you know, the first 40 years of my life. And so when it came time to say, all right, I need to do something different. I need to exercise, but not exercise in a way that's just, I think I'm going to exercise, like in a life forming way, because it is different. It took about 6 months, about 6-7 months. I call it the gap. It's from when you say, you know what, I have to do this thing, to when you actually do that thing. So my gap was a lot of introspection. It was a lot of just, you know, figuring out, you know what, that be careful came from my parents. It didn't come from me, you know, like just that alone, just being aware of that introspection, thinking about, why do I think the way that I think? Why am I scared? Is it because, you know, from something in my past? More than likely, because of all the breaks we've had. And, you know, I still have some fear, but now I just go about it more calculated. When I'm lifting weights, when I'm exercising, when I'm doing things, it's just a little more calculated. And I know exactly where to push because I've practiced. And so I know how to get through that. But that fear, I don't think we ever get rid of it. I think we just mitigate it. We make it smaller, and then we push through and get through it.
So basically, you just got through it by doing it and just getting your mind to it, basically.
Yeah, because it can be either way. You could, you know, just kind of go at it and get through it, and then you see, oh yeah, I don't have to be afraid. Or you can analyze it. I analyzed it, and then I was like, you know what, let me bring down that fear a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to go through. So yeah, I don't think you ever get rid of it. I think you just got to find ways to get through it in a smart way, and you'll succeed.
To be sure that you're the boss of your own fear, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's very powerful. Yeah, that's what I noticed from watching your videos. Like it's really inspiring. I could really recommend all of you to look Tony up on YouTube, because you have a great videos on there. So yeah.
Thank you.
So we talked about you have a book out right now, but you're working on a new book. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Ooh, I'm working on a couple different ones. So Disable Your Disability, again, like I said, this book is all about the kind of fitness and physical things that I went through. The next books are going to be a little bit different.
In what way?
I have one that's they're going to be a little bit more geared towards the psychological aspects and the mental aspects and the emotional things that we all go through when we break, and ways to, you know, get through that. So I think I'm expanding a little bit on the next books. I'm looking to still equate it and, you know, have a through line of what I've gone through with OI and with the broken bones that I've had and all of the situations that I've been through, but, you know, tell the stories in a new way to show people that don't have OI, hey, there's ways that you can get through the broken times in your life as well. So the new books are kind of going in that direction.
Okay. And do you have any idea when you will be able to release something?
I'm hoping, if the schedule will allow. No. I've got a couple things that I'm working on for the summer. I'm releasing a new online platform that's geared towards fitness. So I'm working on that right now. I've been doing a lot of work towards this event that's happening today. So that's been taking up my time these last couple months, but I have started writing the new books, and I'm hoping by the end of this year, I can get this next one out. So yeah, it's getting easier to write. I'll tell you that much. Cause this one was, you know, this was 4 years in, it was 4 years in the making. I mean, it only took me like 6 months to write it when it was time to sit my butt down in the chair, but you know, it takes a little bit of time to just formulate, but it is getting easier when I sit down to really, you know, pump the words out. So yeah, I'm looking forward to, you know, over the next couple of years, there's going to be a few new books. So yeah, it's really exciting.
That is exciting. So you mentioned something about a platform. Are you going to do more with personal training, or how will that?
Yeah, so
will you make?
Yeah, I can't say too much just because it's still, you know, I still want to keep things under wraps. But if you want to work out, if you want to work out with me, and if you want to not have to stress about figuring it all out and what to do, then this platform is going to be for you. So that's pretty much what I can say about that. It's going to be really exciting because, you know, there's some things out there, but they're, again, not doing it in the way that I like to train and coach and do those things. I'm a certified personal trainer, so I've been doing that for a few years and helping fellow OIers and other people with disabilities. So the way that I'm formulating this online platform is going to be good, and it's going to be appropriate for everybody, and it's going to take the community's suggestions and feedback. So yeah, I'm really excited about being able to provide that finally, because I do personal training, one-on-one coaching and things of that nature, but to be able to provide it for more people in a bigger way is what I've really been striving for. So that's what this platform is going to be all about.
So it's going to be accessible to anyone everywhere, or how does that work?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sure
anyone will be able to get it. As long as you're connected to the internet, you're good.
Oh, wow. Like that's what COVID taught us in the last few months. If you're connected to the internet, you're good.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's great. Well, I'm looking forward to that.
Can I just ask a question in between, if that's okay? And maybe also for anyone who's out there who may have a question, by all means, just type them into the chat. So very cool to have you here, Tony. I mean, really honored because you've been someone we've been watching for some time, and you know, your messages are so spot on and so, I think, convincing, because you're speaking from personal experience, and really that transformation is the kind of the best proof that those things that you've done to yourself in terms of your mindset change and your change in terms of lifestyle, also in terms of physical exercises, really have paid up in such an incredible way. So no doubt about it that you are, you know, somebody that in the OI community you have a kind of status that is extremely valuable for us to be a role model. But I do see that you're now expanding into kind of the whole disability space. So you really have, I think, found a story that is about much broader, you know, empowerment, and about this, you know, how to totally take charge of your life. So, I mean, is that something that you see being also really kind of necessary. Obviously, you're coming with an American background. You're in the West Coast, so but you're really starting now with your new website, etc. That we will see eventually, and I'm surely watch what you're doing there, and hopefully we can support also what you're doing, because we're great supporters of your work. But that there's something like a new opportunity for empowerment. Today, more than 10 years back. Is that a good time to really step up the game and take charge of your life?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I am expanding. I've always had that mindset of, it is bigger than just the OI community. But I love my OI community. I do everything for the OI community. And so the things that I'm creating and putting out as far as content, it really is geared towards that, because, that is the disability that I have too. So when I do share my stories and speak about it, there's always reference to the OI community. But I do meet other people that have disabilities. I mean, the book's called Disable Your Disability. So it's reached so many different types of people, and it's reached people that don't have disabilities, that just realize don't have official disabilities, but they realize, oh yeah, I'm being stopped by something, what can I do? So I definitely feel that expanding, getting the message out. I tell, when I speak to my fellow OIers, I'm like, yeah, we should all write a book. Everybody should write a book. Everybody should be sharing their stories. Everybody should be out there talking about it. There's been a few well-known OIers that don't talk about their OI, and it's like, it's a little frustrating, but at the same time, everybody's their own person. They can do what they want. But at the same time, I'm like, man, it would be great, because that's a voice, that's a platform. You could actually just get the word out to so many more people. And you don't just say it once, things need to be said over and over and over again. So, that's my goal, is to get out and just keep expanding, keep spreading the awareness, spreading the word, letting people know, and just helping as many people as possible through the process, through being able to coach, being able to, share what I've been through. Everybody is different. Everybody's going to have their own journey. But if I can, shed some light, reach out my hand and guide you a little bit along the way, then that makes, that fulfills my purpose. So I think it is important for everybody to get out there and share and do what you can to improve yourself. And then once you start helping others, you improve yourself even more. So it's a process, but I think everybody should engage in it.
And I think you're doing a great job also shedding a kind of light on others in the community, giving them a platform. And
Absolutely.
I discovered Steffi through one of your videos, which is really why she will be talking with us later today as well. So Steffi is definitely another one of those people that others here need to get to know. I just wanted to pop in a question that Diane Maroger is asking, and I don't know if you want to ask the question yourself, Diane, or do you want me to tell the question?
I can speak also.
Go ahead.
Hello, Tony.
Hi.
I'm in Paris. I'm happy to see you online. Since you're a musician, and since you might be aware that hearing loss is an important problem with OIs for some people, I was wondering if you saw Sound of Metal, and if you have something to say about hearing loss in music and OI.
Well, I haven't seen that Sound of Metal. I've heard of it, but I do need to check that out. And that has been a concern for me, because I've been performing music ever since I was younger. And like I said, I've been DJing again for 20 plus years. So I've always, had the headphones on and played loud music, and I've always been into that. I luckily have not experienced too much hearing loss. I'm sure it's just starting to kick in a little bit, but I'm doing my best to mitigate that, keeping volumes low over the last 10 or so years. But as far as, it's out of the realm of what I know as far as medical is concerned. But any advice that I would give is always wear earplugs. That's the beginning part of it for anybody that's younger. And then for anybody that's older that is experiencing hearing loss, I always try to, the content I create, I'm always trying to make it accessible with captions and, making sure that people that do have hearing issues can see what I'm saying. So yeah, I mean, that's basically what I can talk on that subject. I've personally haven't experienced too much of the hearing loss. So, you know, I've been lucky with that. And I've really, you know, pounded my ears for sure with the DJing, especially.
And we should speak about hearing loss more, Diane, with Steffi as well, because she has, I think, an implant as well. She was explaining that during the webinar with Tony, actually. This is where I picked it up from. So she is actually a really interesting person also to hear her perspective on how that has worked for her quality of life. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, she's great. Definitely a good person to ask about that. Thank you for the question, though.
If anyone else has questions, please come in. Just ask them straight away.
Of course.
Maybe not at this stage. So you go ahead, Daniele.
You guys are late in your day, right? Like you've been going for a while now, right?
We started since 8. Dagmar started at 8. I started around 8:30. So we've been. It's 6:30 now p.m. So it's been an adventure.
Yeah, but it's I mean, most of all, to be honest, it's been very surprisingly easy to set it up, and at one stage even we watched a performance in India through live stream on Facebook. We watched it through Zoom. So it's actually the integration and the ease to look into other people's lives through those technologies that have become available has been kind of amazing. And so we've literally been in people's living rooms around the world today. And I think that's really also what you are so much utilizing, because you will be playing 5 hours of amazing music. 5 hours. That's a long ride for you too.
Yeah, I do a 2-hour show every week, and that's on Tuesday nights. And then, you know, I've DJ'd for years. So there have been gigs where I've done 5 hours, you know, live gigs, but it's been a while. So I'm excited. And this one's different simply because I'll be kind of sharing about OI throughout. So I'm excited to, you know, kind of, even when I go into my weekly show, it's kind of like, let's see what's going to happen. Because I love to play like everything. I just kind of dig into my crates and my computer and my music. And as I'm playing, you know, if things come up in my soul, I find it and throw it in. So today's going to be interesting to see what happens. And I'm really excited because since I'm going to be doing a video live stream, I'll have a chat, you know, kind of like we do in Zoom here. So I'll be able to interact with people and have people throw me song requests and answer questions, kind of the same concept that we're doing here. So it's really exciting. I can't wait to kind of dig into that and see where it goes, get my dance on, put my watch on a dance workout, and like, you know, get to it, burn some calories while I'm at it.
You'll get your dance workout for sure then in the next 5 hours.
Yeah.
So how can people follow that? Is there a link that you can maybe put into the chats, or just to make sure that people who want to join?
Yeah, I'll put it
maybe
in right
also
now.
for your website, because I'm sure that maybe some people would like to order your book.
Yes, definitely. And you can actually
Google it and you'll find it anywhere, because it's a very
you know what, let me
popular
do this
book
too. So yeah, that's my website. And actually right now, if you go to the website, you'll see a link right at the top for the event. So you can click through that and get to the event. You'll also find everything else on the website, the book, and links to all the YouTube channels. I've got 2 YouTube channels, the OI Life channel, which is dedicated to OI specifically. This week, I've been putting out interviews that I've done with fellow OIers. There's been one coming out every day. And there's always, you know, new OI content there. The other is the Unbreakable Academy. That's where I'm going in on really like being healthy, productivity tips, and just looking at life differently. So yeah, in all the podcasts too. I got 3 podcasts. So yeah, you can check those out as well.
OI Life. Yeah, OI Life, I think. That's your hashtag, or not?
Yes.
We've been using that on Instagram a lot this week.
Very cool stuff behind that. And
you can get the shirt too. I put out a shirt every year for Wishbone Day. And Breaking Barriers, Not Bones is what it's all about this year. Oh, every year, that's kind of like the tag. So
I love that it says awareness, acceptance, and awesomeness.
Yeah, that's kind of like, you know, where we go with it, because I want to share everything, because, you know, we want to make sure we're sharing all the awesomeness that the OI community is doing and letting people know. So yeah.
So would that be the hope for OI will that be your hope for OI for the future?
Yeah, I think for me, it's really about bringing new voice to the community, bringing, you know, letting the community speak a little bit more and more broadly and across all ages, and, you know, really letting everybody kind of get into the conversation with each other. So I've had a lot of success with just speaking with fellow OIers and going, you know, having deep conversations about things. So the goal with OI Life is to do that, to give voice to other OIers and give that connection of communication, so that we can really, you know, kind of share with one another what we've been through. And you know, I do trust the medical industry, and at the same time, I think we got to question the medical industry. So, you know, there's a fine balance and relationship that we need to have when it comes to that. And so that's part of OI Life too, is where we can find that balance together.
Right. Sounds good. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
thank you so much for having me and sliding me in. I appreciate this. This is great. And I hope that you guys will be able to join me. I think you're going to be just ending your Zoom, and then I'm going to be playing well into the night over there. So if anyone stays up late, make sure you tune in and come join the festivities.
I don't want to miss that.
You're gonna host the after party. That's basically how it is.
Let's go. It's on.
No, but
I'll
amazing.
drop in a song request later for sure.
Yes,
exactly.
absolutely.
And yeah, I just would like to point out that, you know, for me, in a way, you know, there's so much stuff out there, but you really have sparked out of a lot of stuff already for quite some time. I'm so proud that you are also participating here. And it feels for me like we are starting on a very nice kind of collaboration journey, because your messages around an empowered, joyful, OI community is just totally what we want to, you know, portray and also support. And I think also what I love about is you're just blurring all those boundaries also across, you know, the type of work you do is, you know, we're all in this together, and the more we share, the more we support each other and tap on each other's backs. And we are happy to also tap on your back, because you're a great guy. And Tony, thank you so much for sharing your awesomeness with us. It was exciting, and yeah, looking forward to many more adventures. And the more we see of you, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you so much. Yes, I really appreciate being able to connect with you, and I look forward to what we will create together in the future.
Perfect. Thanks so much,
and
Tony.
Thanks to everybody, because I know like most people that are in here right now are not in the States. So hello to everybody, wherever you are, not in the United States. I can't wait to hear more from you. Like, come to the channel, contact me through my website. Like, you know, I do connect with a lot of people around the world, but I'd love to connect with more. So definitely reach out to me.
Exactly. So that is the start of an exciting friendship that we are starting to build here. So thanks so much, Tony. And maybe I'm just briefly moving across to our Care4Bones page for a second before we go to Peru. Does that make sense, Daniela?
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, because Tony also is one of those people who have already joined our Care4Bones website. So, and why am I showing this now? It's because really it's great to be engaged and connected on Wishbone Day, but we want to continue those conversations and connections. And of course, we can try to keep up to date with many different Facebook sites. But in a kind of OI world that we are probably connected for a lifetime, it is very good to just really know a bit more deeply about each other, and to also, when we need them, be able to really find those people that can help us in a certain situation. And Facebook, frankly, does not do that. It does a lot of things. It's great in its own way. But that's why we've created Care4Bones. It will really do something different than Facebook. And I just would like to briefly seize a moment to show what it is before we go and speak to Isis. So you see on this page, I hope you can, I have effectively shared my screen. You can see a world map of people who have already joined our website. So it's like 178 at this stage. I think effectively is 220, but they're just coming through the pipeline, so to speak. And you see on the left-hand side, how many people have joined it just today. People from Australia, from the Netherlands, from Russia, from Estonia. So it is a really kind of interested community. Certainly on a Wishbone day like this, people would obviously look into those opportunities. And here's Tony Jacobson. So you can actually use this filter to say, well, let's say Australia, just for the fun of it. Imagine you, for example, want to travel to Australia. So it would give you the 9 people at the moment that are in Australia. And if I clicked on them, I could directly see who they are and where they are and what they do and what age groups and if they're a parent or if they have OI themselves. Well, we don't see that detail actually, but you can see that from the age, I guess, sometimes what's going on. You can also see what they're able to do. For example, imagine that you want to organize in your kind of local community something like a mentorship for people who are struggling in a certain circumstance. So maybe I just cancel the kind of query that we had before, and I just go for a new one where I said I want to have somebody who is able to coach or mentor me. Coach or mentor, for example, about how it is to live independently. So I have 42 people who are saying in this platform, I'm happy to mentor or coach others. And so the question is, who really also is the right coach on support for me? And what is the thing that I would like to have some help on? So it really depends on your own needs. And that's really where you can tap into this absolutely incredible source. And hey, Tony also offered some coaching himself, which is amazing because he does that as a profession. So, but yeah, he's showing that he's interested and open for that. So, and that means that a first step to contact him and at least have one conversation should be easy because you can also contact everyone through this website with this little speech bubble up here. So that's one. On an individual level, you can get really a lot out of this filter, which is kind of the ultimate empowerment for everyone to meet those people they feel they should be connecting with. Then also there's stuff like webinars. Today is Wishbone Day, so this is our webinar today. But there's also information about all kinds of other topics. I think what's essentially happening here is that it's the community indicating what they want to hear about. So when some people in our community said they wanted to hear about family planning with OI in the family, then we created that webinar with Lida Zitnik. You see that on the right-hand side. She is an incredible person because she has a PhD in genetics of OI. So how special is that? That's, I think, probably until today, ever 10 people have done their PhD about OI. So that's special. But what's on top of it special is that she has OI herself as well. That's definitely something that nobody else has done.
That's very inspirational.
Yeah, and so she can explain that extremely well. So in this, when you click on it, you will see that it is going to provide you with certain outcomes. And my computer has crashed so many times, so it becomes a bit slow because normally it's actually quite fast. But it's so every webinar is described in what it gives and what provides in terms of content and what the key takeaways are that you can. Here we go. The key takeaways are that you will have learned when you leave the workshop, and if it's only presentation or if it's more of an interaction, if you can ask questions. Yeah, in this case. She really wanted a lot of discussion as well. So really try to answer questions that may be going on in the community. So obviously, if you're thinking about having a child and OI is playing a role in your family, it's something that can be extremely helpful. As it's not giving personal advice on a medical level, it just helps to understand some of the scientific things. And then we record those things and we put them into the media center. And so that's kind of a library, so to speak, online library. And then we have the networks where people can continue the dialogue with each other. So about psychosocial aspects, for example, or India wanted to have a kind of country site here. And all of this is very, very new. So I just stop kind of the little promotion here, but I just wanted to invite everyone to join this space, to stay connected, because it is really something that is of this time. As Tony was also pointing out, this is a time of opportunities to connect with each other, and it doesn't matter so much whether the person lives in a city 50 kilometers or miles down the road, or whether that person lives in a different country. It's just important that we can tap into each other's talents. And I'm just seeing, for example, our friend Kusai there, who's somebody that we know very much. And, he's an Arabic speaker. So, there may be people who need advice, and I don't happen to speak Arabic. I would definitely call my friend Kusai. Well, in this case, I know it. But if I don't know it, I can just go through that database and find people that really help us to connect the dots and get the help where it's needed. And that's how the world becomes actually more like a village. And I just love the idea of a OI connected community, or OI little global village. Don't you like that too, Tony? I think that's where you live as well. I think you're living in the village party place.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to play some Village People in the set today.
Exactly. Exactly. So that's the whole idea. And I think it's very cool if we, as a rare disease community, actually doing that earlier than others. I'm sure others will follow, but this is definitely the new goal of our time. And if we connect that well together, I think we're going to be in even more awesome spot than we already are in the rare disease world. So we can really rock this together. So very, very nice. With that, I would like to then switch across to our friend in Peru and see where Isis is. Isis Atunca. Hello, Isis. Can you hear us?
I saw you. I saw her on the chat.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, here you go. Looking very beautiful. Happy Wishbone Day.
Happy with OI. Wishbone Day.
Wishbone Day with OI. Thanks so much for joining us. We're very thrilled to see you. Maybe let's start with a bit of an introduction of yourself, because we will talk about Peru and about your role for OI in Peru, etc. But let's start with you as a person. So we got to know you in Amsterdam because you are somebody who likes to travel a lot. But tell us a bit more about yourself in the first place.
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm really happy to see again. Yes, I was in Amsterdam last year. Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah, last year. Well, I'm Isis Atunca. I'm from Peru. I represent the Association of OI in Peru. And now we are in Peru, and we have a small association. Even the Amsterdam is a bigger one, but I'm really happy to be here because we are connected together. It's very important to all association wide to be connected and to be helped together, and we are strong. This is a good. This is a good opportunity to explain our country, what happened here, and thanks for the meeting.
Exactly. And you live in the capital, I think. I think you live in Lima, right?
Yes, I live in Lima, and the association is in Lima too, but we have patients around Peru. So everywhere, well, we have more children because here we have a little problem with the treatment because no all the hospitals have give the treatment. So our goal is to give all the medicines treatment in all the part of Peru. That's why we're stay together with the association. This is our goal in the association too.
That's a lot of work to make sure that the medical care is organized. I cannot imagine how what long journey that must be to create that awareness. But so awareness is where it often starts for any country. So how long does the OI Association in Peru exist? So for how many years have you been established?
Well, this is my family story because when I was born, in that moment we don't have any information about why. So my parents would like to know what happened with these people, what happened with the older people. So they put a notice in the newspaper and try to find more people. So in that moment we met 4 families, and they decide. And later, when I was 9 years old, more or less, I have a treatment in USA in Trident Hospital, Los Angeles. So when I get back before that, the surgeries, because I get the nice surgeries. So when we come back, my parents say, why do you have to do the same opportunity as me in Peru? Because it's very difficult to travel to another country because it's expensive, everything. So that's why we create the association. So we have more or less more than 20 years to continue working on the association.
Wow. So your family actually started that in Peru.
Yes, my family started this association in Peru.
That's absolutely
and now
special.
I'm continuing to work in there.
Yeah, because you are the president of OI in Peru, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And
yes,
how many families do we have in Peru with OI?
Well, we don't have a statistic specific for how many people OI in Peru, but we know about 200 people, families in Peru. No, not all in the association because they live in different part of Peru, so it's a little difficult to get a unit in the same time. So, but we know for about more or less. I think we have more OIs in Peru, but it's a little difficult. It's difficult to know how many people we have.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think for once you really you give me an example on how a good association really works, because once you allowed me to look into your online meeting that you had, like was before Christmas, I think, right? So when this whole Corona drama started, you just adapted, and then you just encouraged everyone to go online, and you organized something which I've never seen before ever. So maybe, do you want to just tell a little bit what you've done there with the Dr. Otto?
Well, in December we do a meeting for everybody, especially for children, because in that moment children receive a treatment. So last year it was a little hard because I not try to do nothing, but the children say, I want to party, I'm boring, ISIS, come on. Yeah, I understand. Little children stay at home all day, it's very difficult for them. So, and the children are friends, so they missing. So that's why we are a party of December. It was my first time too, because I didn't know how to do a party online. So it was a new for me, but I think it's all children try to give you a special day for them, because I understand it's difficult for children to stay all day at home. Some of them are fractured, so it's a little difficult. So in that day are special for them. So that's why we try to do something on December. Yeah.
And it was a nice combination of something that was fun for the for the little ones. So you really had some entertainment for the little ones with OI, which was so cute to watch. And then you combined that with afterwards education to the parents of the little ones, which I found such a clever combination, because you know what, if you're setting up your internet for the little one, of course there's a parent in the background somewhere. So you really made that kind of combination, which I found that's so smart. I have not seen this before. So there was something like a clown involved for the children. How did that work?
Yes. Well, before the pandemic, we tried to do this everything in the same day, because it's very difficult to children to move day by day. So we have to do everything in one day, because someone's live so far from Lima, so it's difficult to come to Lima. So in that day we have a three-man reunion, a three meeting. We have a clown, we have everything in that moment. That's why we see, you see an activity. But here in Latin America, it's very normal to give a party for the children. No, I don't know what so you do in Amsterdam, but here is totally normal. So children's, when they get it in December, they know we have a party for them. So it's a custom for us.
I think it's a great best practice that we should all be thinking about in terms of how to create more parties for the children, and then how to do that online is something indeed that we just need to look into what Peru is showing us. And I just felt this was such an awesome example of we tend to think, gosh, we are quite far around here where we live with taking care of OI, and also how we organize our patient organization. And we are quite far. I think in general, we are quite lucky, but there's definitely always people who have new things that there's something to learn from. And I think it's wonderful that for those 200 families that you have in Peru, that you're organizing that we can learn from that. So thanks for giving us those ideas. And I think isn't there also, I'm not sure even that you are involved in this one, but I thought there's also a conference between various OI associations in Latin America coming up. Is that right?
In Latin America, each country has one association or two, exactly. So we are get together and try to do that federation like Europe. So we try to do, because it's very important for us to get together and make more strong to show this disease. So that's why it's very important. So this year is our first meeting for Latin America. Is going to be on Saturday, May 8th. So we are so happy, because we try to be together, not only for today's, I hope all the time. You know?
But it's an online meeting as well.
Yeah, so because we are in pandemic situation, so it's very, very difficult to go to some country. Yes, yeah. We are in online meeting.
Yeah, I can imagine. And so maybe, do you want to tell us a bit about the kind of medical situation for your country? Is it so you just started developing the medical care kind of almost when you were born, thanks to your family also, but how does it look today? Does everyone get bisphosphonates if they need it? Do people get access to physiotherapy and stuff like that? Or is that still something you need to fight for?
Well, here in Peru, yes, one hospital give treatments, but only in two hospitals, but only in Lima. So the problem is we want to get out medical treatment all Peru, in all part of Peru, because it's very difficult to children came here. So not all children have the opportunity to receive the treatment. For about surgeries, yes, in centers, hospitals, they make surgery, but not for all, just for special cases. For difficult cases, we don't have a specialist yet, so that's why children try to go to another country, especially Canada is the center of surgeries. But we try to. This is our function to find more specialists there, give you more information on why. So here in Latin America, step by step, our opportunities is very slow, but we hope to in the future have more opportunity for OI.
It's probably also that you need to make the most in your community to support each other, because the healthcare cannot always help.
Yes.
So what are the most important?
That's why we're get together.
Yeah. What are the most important activities
Yes.
of the OI Peru organization? What are the most important activities that you do for your families?
Well, the most important activity we do is try to together make a treatment for all the children here. This is our goal. This is our principle. So I hope to this to get them as soon as possible. You know, now our country have a different. It's a hard time. We are in hard time right now for coronavirus, so everything collapses. The hospital full. So we are in a difficult situation right now, but we try to do the best we can do. Some doctors try to give you what you have to do in this situation, because I hope this situation finish. I hope this year,
because the regular care
need not only treatment, take therapy. They need therapy. They need everything. Yes.
It's all been interrupted due to Corona.
Yes. Yeah, for the Corona, we're interrupted. Here in Lima, we still to give you treatment, but one by one. So because the hospital can put together everything for the situation. We are very slow working. I know.
It's a really challenging time. I wonder, you also get help from an institution of some kind, or I heard something about a Heart to Heart Foundation, for example. I don't know. Do you get any help, or do you just really organize that all from Peru?
I don't understand your question because my connection is very hard to say.
Yeah, there's a bit of delay in between.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if there is something like financial support that your organization receives from a foundation or any other place, or are you just doing that all with your own time, all your own resources?
No, we don't have any foundations for another place. So we do everything by ourselves, or my families, or friends. Sometimes before the pandemic, we get activities to foundations, money for the children, especially for the treatment. But now we are our own, our own business. I don't know how to explain.
Yeah,
we are alone in this situation.
Well, definitely. Yeah, not sure what we can do, but I think it is something that when we understand also what is needed, we would like so much that it's a better story. Of course, with Corona, we cannot change that, but you know, it's good to be connected, and it's good to hear what you are you know, working in the great work that you are doing in Peru. I think it's truly inspiring how you have been building that organization up, and, you know, starting with your parents and now yourself. I just hope that there's many people who are also as motivated and yeah, skilled in, you know, getting things done as you are. So many thanks for your wonderful work there. And just one last question to you. It is today is Wishbone Day, of course. So what would you wish for people with OI in general, not only Peru, but what do you think is really important for people with OI? What is your wish for OI?
Well, I wish for well, I don't know, in Latin America, our situation get better, more opportunity, not only for medical treatment, we need opportunity for studies, for working, for everything, because in South America it's a little hard to be independent. So I hope my wish is in the future to have more opportunities to be independent.
I think it's a perfect way to finish. Daniele, you spent quality time with Isis. Anything else from your side? Because you got to know each other in Amsterdam as well when Isis visited us.
Yes, I did. And it was great fun. So all I have to add is just because you basically covered all the topics, is that I hope that you come back to the Netherlands again soon, that we can have another after party that we had after the conference. Do you remember that night? That was fun.
Well, if you're inviting me, I will be there. I hope so.
Yeah, because we stayed up until, what time was it? Like 3 in the morning or something.
Yeah, it was too late. It was funny. Yeah.
So I think one of the key takeaways here. Yeah, one of the key takeaways is when it comes to party for children, they already learn how to party in Peru, and they still party when they are adults and taking the lead in a patient organization. So thanks so much, Isis. You're such a cool person. So you're wonderful to have here, and I definitely hope we can make it work to have you again in Amsterdam at some stage, and or meet you in Peru and in Lima. That would be also awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
I will like, you know, you have the invitation, you can come wherever you want. Just let me know. And I can show you the best dishes from here, from Peru.
We take you up on that. Oh gosh, that would be so nice. All right. Well, thanks so much, Isis, for now. And we're switching back to just seeing who else is on the line at the moment. And
I see Tony next to his DJ set. What are you up to, Mr. Jacobson?
I'm also online.
Who's here?
Right. Wait.
It's all happening. It's all happening. I'm getting ready. I got about an hour, so I'm just kind of doing
Getting
final
things
preparations.
ready. Yeah, that sounds awesome. And I just heard another voice here on the line. I think it's Jaya from Jaya Ellison. Is that right?
Yes.
Hello there. Great to meet you. Where are you living, Jaya? In which place?
So I'm from China, but I'm living in the United States.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing an email from you. I think, Jaya, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I looked up your Facebook site. You probably don't want to switch on the camera, otherwise, because at the moment we cannot see you. But you don't have to.
Oh, okay. I will in a minute. I just woke up, so.
Oh yeah. Tell us a little bit about you, because we are now, just to be clear on everyone, you know, we now have a bit of a time just to chat, right? We have an hour where we can just talk and do whatever we like, and I'm really looking forward to talk to some of you actually. So like Kusai, for example, I'm already asked him if I can chat to him in a second. But let's start with you, Jaya, because I think that's really cool that you're coming in. So tell us a little bit, Jaya. So you said you were born in China, but you live in the United States. That's special. How old are you, if I may ask?
So I just barely turned 21.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how
I
long have
know-
you been living in the US then?
It's almost, yeah, it's been 9 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's quite some time.
What?
That's quite a long time.
Yeah, a little, huh?
And where do you live in the States?
I live in Utah.
Oh wow. Where? Okay, I've actually been to Utah a few
Yeah,
years
do you
ago.
like it?
How comes
I
that you did?
did.
How did you travel to Utah, Daniela? What
By
brought you there?
airplane.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, but
Oh, okay.
what reason?
I have friends living there. So
Cool.
that's
That's
how
awesome.
So where do you live in Utah?
I live in Cedar City.
Okay. Because my
Yeah.
friend lives in Logan.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah,
Logan's fun.
that's cool.
And Jay, what do you do in life? What are the things that that you enjoy most?
I really love to learn. I like going to school sometimes, but sometimes I don't. It's hard. Let's see. What else do I just like helping people, you know. I guess that's one of my talent, but I don't know if that's a talent.
Can you give us an example of some of the stuff that you're doing to help people?
Some of the things that help is, for example, like I peer mentor students in school. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's cool.
Because
Yeah.
you know, so it's younger students that
Yeah, it's like high schooler students.
Mhm.
Yep.
And what do you help them with? With school stuff, or also about how to be?
Yeah, I help them with academic and social skill and other life skills they
Oh,
need
that's
to
cool.
learn. Yeah.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it's very important, that we all are learning lifelong about the social skills, right? And certainly in the school, it can be sometimes very tough around being, people not being nice or something like that. So just having somebody who can provide a new perspective can be so helpful. So it's beautiful you're doing that.
Yeah, it's good for me to working with kids. I don't know if I told you guys, but I also have OI.
What type of OI do you have?
Do you know?
Well, we're trying to find out what type because the doctor doesn't know what type OI I have. So
sometimes it's difficult for them to figure that out, but because there are a lot of types.
Wait, can you guys introduce to each one of you? Because I don't know who you are.
Oh yeah, well let me just take that one, Jaya. So I think it's really awesome that you just jumped into this call, and let me explain a bit on what this is about and who we are, kind of sort of. I myself, I'm the director of Foundation Care4Bones, and we have one goal. It's very simple. It's improving quality of life for people with OI. And then there's many things that are needed for it. It's like a good school, it's education, it's also having friends in life, all the kind of things. So that's not the parts that we can fix. But we focus on research, just really understanding what OI is and making sure that the medical care that people receive in hospitals is as good as it can be. And we're not just doing this in one country, well, we're really doing this all around the world, kind of not directly, obviously, but we have lots of doctors and researchers that we've been working with for 10 years. So they're talking about topics like mobility and how to strengthen your muscles, or topics like pain, or about how to do a good checkup on every 2 years or so. You really want to have a good all-round checkup if you are able to get it in your hospital. So all these things we are discussing with them, and then we're talking about how can we make sure we're not all measuring different things, but that we actually measure the same things, so that we can actually then understand how certain treatments or exercises actually help better for people with OI than other things. So that's the whole basic idea. You know, at the moment, everyone does something different around the world with OI because many people are, you know, there's a lot of differences in people with OI. But there's like 500,000 people with OI out there. Do you realize 500,000 people? So
that's a lot.
It's a lot, and maybe 300,000 don't even know that they have OI. Okay, we need to. They may not have had any kind of diagnosis, but if we just have a few thousands or 10,000s of people who also then we know how they're responding to bisphosphonate treatment, for example, then we would find out what works or what doesn't work for people who, for instance, adults. I think for children, we've done a lot of work, but for adults, not a lot of work has been done. And Susan is nodding. There's a huge catch-up which needs to happen there. And we know that little. But if we just are able to work this together, then I think we can still progress so much. And that's the type of stuff that we try to help with. So that's the quick introduction about kind of where this is coming from. And maybe also because a few people have you been online already, Jaya, when I was showing that world map or not?
No, I wasn't. I just barely joined like 15 minutes ago.
And I'm not gonna do that for long because people may have seen it just before, but we basically have a website which is the Care4Bones website, which has all those people with OI in it already. And you will find some people from China as well, where you originally are coming from, but also from the US. And we just opened the space where you can actually look on a country basis who is where. And so then that way we can also find people that have a similar age group, for example, and we can bring them together to think about topics that they find interesting. Like we can bring people together that are 50 plus years old, for example, and would like to talk about the main concerns for their healthcare. And then we go to we have exactly the same thing for doctors. So with doctors from all around the world, and then we can say to those doctors, well, we really would like to hear more in the OI community what the best answers are for those questions. And that way we can really learn together without necessarily having an insurance problem or so, because this is like webinars basically. Yeah, so I'm just showing the webinar page, which is really where we bring together the doctors and the people with OI. So both of them are joining those webinars. And then, we have those conversations. This is one is about family planning, for instance. So imagine you want to have children one day. This is the place where you could get information about what you need to think of. And there's ways about physiotherapy, for example. There will be one on physiotherapy for adults very soon. I'm already working on that one. And this one is about discussing about teens with OI, but then the parents. But we can also have one with young adults, which is on a group that is super active in, but often, so that they're going through a very interesting phase in life where maybe they don't want to deal so much with OI, but on the other hand, they're going through a lot of change. And then sometimes it's just really good to also be connected. So that's what we do. It's all for free. It's all nonprofit, and it's by the OI community for the OI community. Hopefully then eventually you may also want to join. And then there's people from completely different other spaces. So we have a few people from the Netherlands. We have people from Russia, for example, here. I think I see somebody from Ghana. We have heard somebody from Peru before. We also have Kusai, but with Kusai, I'm struggling to say where he's coming from, but I think now it's the Netherlands, right, Kusai?
Yes, it's from the Netherlands.
From the Netherlands. So maybe, Jaya, we just talk to Kusai for a moment, because it's just great to hear some interesting story, and definitely here's a story that is very, very special. And Kusai, would you like to say a bit where you are originally coming from and you know what brought you where you are now in the Netherlands?
Yeah, of course. Hello, Dagmar. Hello, everyone. I'm originally from Syria, Damascus city, and I lived also 2 years now in Turkey, Istanbul, before I come here to the Netherlands. I am now here in the Netherlands 5 years. And I just want to say I'm so happy because yesterday I received the approval for my staying in the Netherlands all the time from the immigration. So I have now the document.
Really?
And, yes.
Oh, congratulations, Kusai. That's
Yeah.
fantastic news.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
fantastic news. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, and yeah, and now I also finished here my Dutch school and I graduate and I have now my diploma with Dutch language and I hope very soon I will start another study with editing and photoshopping in Utrecht city, and I'm very excited because I have a lot of plans in my head, but I need first also to take care of my health because also I was very busy recently with many checks and scans for my health, and now with Corona also I wish if I can go outside to the school cellars because I don't want also to do only my study from house. Yeah, because my life was very different in Syria than here. Here I have my freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and I'm just very happy that finally I know that Netherlands is now is my home.
We are very happy with that too, Kusai. We're so
Yeah.
excited.
So excited for you. That is so awesome.
Okay,
Yeah,
guys,
thank you very much.
Kusai is one of the most unusual people I've ever met because you know, you already mentioned like education 3 times now in this 2 minutes that you were talking. Do I remember correctly that you didn't go to school that much back in Syria?
No, in Syria I only finished the middle school and I couldn't continue after that because of my OI and also because of that the facilities in Syria that nothing is just suited for people with wheelchairs and that's very difficult. Is big challenge actually.
You didn't have a wheelchair for some time, right?
What
You didn't have a wheelchair for a long time, right?
Yeah, almost 3 years. I
Yeah.
don't have any wheelchair, not electric wheelchair or just a normal wheelchair. And it's and after the war, it was even worse than what you can imagine because also I'm very counted on my friends, but because of the war, so I couldn't see them very much because you know it's very dangerous to go outside with the conflict in the war, so people must stay homes, and also because of all the time there's no electricity and my only portal to the outside world is my computer, is the internet. So sometimes I'm just sitting like 80 till 20 hours without electricity, and that also almost 2 years before I leave to Turkey.
And I think
Yeah.
it's not just that you used your computer for communicating and learning, which because the school was not possible, but you also were very active in the political sense, trying to help society see what was going on, because it's obviously people will hopefully know that that's been a lot of war going on in Syria and a lot of difficult things.
Yeah, of course. I had a lot of contact with first with the Uta Valentin. She was my first contact with the UEFA, the OE, and I knew her since 2008 or 2007. That was my first contact. And after that, yeah, I stayed in Syria in 2009 and 10. I had my middle school, and after that, I 2 years war, and after that, I left.
Yeah, and I left. That sounds like you took the bus and you came to Europe, but that was obviously a bit more adventurous, right? Kusai, do you want to share a little bit about it, or are you tired of it? Just say honestly.
No, I can share a little bit. No problem. Yeah, of course, after I went to Turkey, I stayed there 2 years and a half. I tried many channels, just how I can come to the Netherlands, because also in the Netherlands, I have my uncle, but my uncle, unfortunately, he died 6 months ago here in the Netherlands. And but before that, I wanted to come to the Netherlands from the beginning. Also, when I was in Syria, that was my goal. That was my dream, to come to the Netherlands. And I tried in Turkey to have a connection with the embassy from the Netherlands, but unfortunately it doesn't work because I'm in Turkey, so I don't have the right to come to the Netherlands. I also had contact with many hospitals, also, and like UEFA with Ute Valentin, and also I tried to, I had one interview with the UN, United Nations, and they interviewed me, and they had so much files from me over my health and over my my history in Syria and everything. But eventually they called me back and they said, we cannot help you. We can just offer you every month, like something like financial support. But I said that is not my problem. My problem is bigger than that. I have OI and I want just to live my life normally. It is not about money. I just want to start a new life. And here in Turkey, I don't have life like Syria exactly. And my health also was very bad at that moment. So they told me, sorry, we cannot do you anything. It just was mine. And when at that time I was a translator on a Syrian research website. It is about 600 volunteers. They are translating all sorts of articles from English to Arabic. And the founder of this website is a Syrian professor in Cambridge University in London. And I was also a volunteer there. And and I got a lot of support from my friends there on the website. And I had also contact with many volunteers across Europe. And like Vanya in Canada, she came here also to the Netherlands to visit me. It was the first time we see each other.
What's the name? Sorry, I didn't catch the name.
Vanya.
Vanya.
Yeah, Vanya. She's a really very big heart woman, and she's active in all problems of immigration and people with conflicts, war, and like that. And she helped me to start a petition to people sign on the petition. Then after that, I can give it to the United Nations again, or to the embassy of the Netherlands. And and it was almost 8,000 people signed on the petition. And after that, I decided eventually that I want the only option to come to Greece is to go across the sea. And I thought that was the only option, and it doesn't matter anymore for me if I will make it or not, because I thought, yeah, I don't want this life anymore. I just want another chance, or I don't want it at all. But yeah, luckily for me, I made it. Yeah. And
you took the boat.
Yeah, I took the boat.
In a life-threatening circumstances, quite honestly.
Yeah, I broke like 3 bones on the way in the boat, and I stayed also in the capital in Athena, 3 months and a half in Eleona's camp, and after that I met with the Dutch delegation 3 times. It was for me like a dream, because when I saw them, I didn't believe it. I'm just sitting with them at that moment, and yeah, and they saw me. We talked a lot. They knew everything about me, and they told me, yeah, you just wait for your flight, and you come to the Netherlands. Yeah.
So
can I ask?
Yes, please.
Oh, so what are you studying? Are you in college?
No, I didn't study any college in Syria. No.
Kusai studies life, I think.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, and yeah, and after that I arrived to the Netherlands, and I stayed in Flevoland 7 months, and after the 7 months I came to Utrecht, here in my house.
But I just would like to get a bit clearer on the question of Jaya, because education is super important. But I think it's important to realize that it's not necessarily always the diploma, even though it's nice to have diploma. But I think you, Kusai, you really made sure you learned under any circumstances. If there's war around you, you still kept learning yourself.
I think sometimes life gives the big diploma.
Life, the biggest diploma of life. I think that's beautifully said.
And can I maybe add something to that?
Yeah, please.
Because Kusai, I just wanted to say, and I think I speak for a lot of us, that the way you learned to speak Netherlands is really like to speak Dutch is like
mind-blowing.
Really, yeah, it's and all in the app groups and stuff, you kept asking us if we could correct you, or whenever you asked so many questions. So I think it's right what Dagmar said, that you absolutely study life because you're so curious and you ask so many questions and you're not afraid to make mistakes. So that really speaks for you.
It really does.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. I just want to do my best here in the Netherlands, because I had another chance in my life, and yeah, and it is just for me a dream comes true. Yeah, and I'm very proud about myself that I made it to this point, and I'm very also happy that here in the Netherlands I feel at home.
You have made so many friends very quickly because you're such a lovely person. That goes very quickly.
Yeah, I love to make a lot of friends.
Yeah, that helps.
And for me, of course, when I was in Syria, I didn't had the chance to meet people with OI, because I'm always inside my home. So when I came here, it was just mind-blowing that, I'm sitting with people, they can share me the same problems, the same thoughts, the same feeling, and that's something very precious.
So, Kusai, I'm just keep thinking also, I don't need an answer from you here, but it's something I really wonder about. How can we, maybe with a little bit of your help, get other people from the Arabic world also to our world map? I don't know, you have seen this now, the world map.
Yeah.
So because it's a way also to, because many of those countries don't have a patient organization.
No, that's this is very sad, because people with OI in Middle East, like, they are forgotten totally from the governments most of the time, and especially in the countries they have conflicts, war zone, or under dictatorships, and it is always people they don't give attention to people with OI, and and that's very sad, actually. And personally, I don't know people with I know a few people with OI in Arabic countries, but these people also, they are working, they have nice job, and they are living in like United Arab Emirates, and like Dubai, for example. I think there is the best quality of life, you can say it this way. They have the best healthcare, the best education, the best opportunity to have a job. But but in a lot of the other countries, there is almost nothing.
But that's the whole idea. I think everyone knows one other person, right? And also on Instagram, if you use the hashtag osteogenesis imperfecta, you start to find people in those countries. And so if we are able to bring them at least somehow into this community, then they can organize themselves. And then this whole thing happens that Peru was so beautifully showing. It just takes one person to say, I'm going to be giving my time to this for the next few years, and then others can join. But it's always one person who needs to have the courage to do it.
Yeah, actually, I knew also, since I came here through another a friend of mine. She was a Dutch lady, and she put me on contact with a guy from Syria, and he was the first guy from Syria I ever spoke with OI. But unfortunately, he lives in a very, very difficult city in the north of Syria, and there is everyday like war between a lot of militias and the government, with the Russian also government, and a lot of militias. I don't want now to speak a lot about politics, but the situation is really miserable, and I don't have with him now in contact. So I don't know what happened with him. I don't know if he lives or not. No. So that was the only guy.
That's incredible to hear.
Because the last time over the news in this city that people left their homes because they got like warning that it will be, everything will just be demolished. So just they left their homes.
That's a scary idea, obviously, because I think you're putting everything very much in perspective, right? If we just think of us and our OI, I think it's definitely something. There's a lot to worry about, etc. But sometimes, if you think yourself, you imagine yourself having OI in a war situation, obviously, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, of course, it is a whole different story, and also I think the best way to make an OI organization also, it is in in the Gulf countries. Yeah, I think this is the safest place now.
Yeah.
Because or Egypt, I tried also to make to search for people with OI in Egypt, but till now I didn't come with someone. And I had also one contact in Libya also, but also I lost contact with him because of the war there.
Yeah, exactly. It destroys all those starts of a connection that you have made. So
Yeah.
let's just keep looking, because I obviously we can't win the war ourselves on the spaces, but you know, I do strongly believe that, you know, more and more people have these you know, smartphones, and do also start to look and search with Google on how they can connect up. And so if you ever, you know, have time, and maybe other people may also want to get involved, just maybe saying, you know, let's just take a week or so to collectively look at a region and see, can we get as many people connected as possible, especially for those regions on the globe that don't even know that there's something like a community out there. Can you believe it? I mean, in the US and in Europe, we have such an established infrastructure already for 20 plus years, and we take it for granted, but it's totally not for granted. And definitely those countries that have no infrastructure, they can benefit so much from just knowing that they're not alone. I mean, that's already emotionally making quite a difference, but then also accessing some of the experience that already is available.
Yeah, of course, that's the most important. And I think I need to just more search for people with OI in Arab's world. But like I said, it is in the war zones, it's always a big challenge to stay with the people on contracts. Yeah, and you know, now it is only few countries now they have peace, like we can say that. So yeah, it's there is the big chance to start like no eye community.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So we hope to get some help from you and from others to grow our community. And let me just I will write the link into the chat, so that those who may want to join, that they can also sign up to this global page, because not everyone has found their way yet. Just give me a second. My computer is not going very well, but everyone is invited and it's for free. So there's no reason not to join up, unless you really don't want to be in contact. But I think these people that don't want to be in contact wouldn't be here on this call anyway. So whenever the link is working, I hope I will share it. Yeah, I would just like to see if there's anyone else who would like to tell us a bit more about their life and what they're doing. This is an open space for all of us to talk a little bit with each other. Hi there.
Oh, I really want to get to know everyone. So, like, can they introduce each other? Like,
Should they just all introduce themselves? We can ask. I think that's a really good question. So we heard from Daniela, I think, right? You did introduce yourself, right? Exactly. And we heard Kusai. Dani, would you just like to introduce yourself as well?
Hi, I'm Tane. I'm 32 years old. I have OI type 1, and yeah, I already said before, yeah, I'm a social worker, currently working on becoming a therapist. So that's what I do, and
cool.
I like to, huh?
That's very cool.
Thanks. And what are you doing?
I'm kind of relate to that with you.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the type of work that you would like to do as well later on, maybe? Or what type of work would you like to do?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I want to go into human development, but then I
Oh,
want to go
nice.
into, yeah, I want to go to child life specialist, and it kind of relates to social work.
Ah, cool.
Yeah.
So do you have any idea, like you said you were 21, right?
Yes, I'm 21.
Yeah, so do you need to go to college, or do you want to?
Oh, I'm in college right now.
Oh, you're studying right now. So right now you're doing the human development, or right now you're studying for becoming a
The
social
human
worker?
Yeah. So right now I'm a freshman. So
Right.
right now I'm just doing my general.
Okay.
And so after I finish that, then I'll go more in depth into human development.
Oh, right. So it starts more with like an orientational year. So to
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep.
Right.
Do you go to Utah State or BYU?
I go to SUU.
Hmm.
Southern Utah University.
Oh, right.
That's another one. Sorry, I only know two. Sorry.
But let's finish what Jay asked us to. So a little bit of a just presentation. Let's see who else would like to say hello and just introduce themselves. So Susan, would you be so kind to just introduce yourself again?
Hi, I'm Sue. I'm from Arizona, Southern Arizona, originally from Chicago. I'm sure the world knows where that is. But I'm retired now. I'm 61. So I was an accountant and went to college like she did. And the first 2 years in America, the college is just general. It's social studies, English, for you guys who don't understand that. And then you start into your main subject of your degree that you want to go to. So I'm just gardening now, and I do volunteer at a senior center and teach them how to Skype and stuff with their grandkids and get online, because I do like computers, and I grew up when you used to put the phone on the modem and wait and hope that you get connected for 2 hours, that type of thing. So I do know computer programming. So that's what I do, or did.
Awesome.
Everybody around the world, though, that's for sure.
You have kids?
No, I didn't have any kids. No, no. I still, well, when I retired, I kind of moved back in with my parents, and actually now it's role reversal. I'm taking care of them. They're in one and stuff, and
that's quite intense, I can imagine.
Yeah. Well, actually, they walk around with their walkers, and we have a race around the block with me in my chair. I'm like, come on, this exercise time.
Oh, but so you actually live together?
Yeah, we live
there's-
together. Yeah, we have a house that's kind of split, so I have my own side and their side, but it's open in between, and 5 dogs. So yeah.
You got 5 dogs?
Yeah, we have 5 dogs. They're all little.
What kind of dogs do you have?
Huh?
What kind of dogs do you
Yorkie, what's the other one? Jack Russell, and then 2 mutts from the rescue pound that are
That's
just
so awesome. 5 dogs, wow.
That's amazing. That's a beautiful thing to be known for in the neighborhood as well, that all those 5 little ones, little furry friends, crawling over each
I would
other.
say in America, most people have 2 to 3 dogs normally. And
really?
I had 2, and my parents had 2, and then somehow we adopted 1 in between, when we moved together in the last 2 years. And it's like, yeah, that keeps us very busy.
I can imagine.
Letting them in, letting them out. But we have in Arizona, we have all fenced in yards, so it's really nice.
Yeah, Arizona is I've never been, but I would love to go because the scenery is so beautiful, the landscapes and everything.
Yeah. Northern, it looks like Utah.
Yeah.
North part of Arizona. Then you get into Phoenix, which is a little more dry. I'm near the border of Mexico. So we're greener down here, and I'm at an altitude of 3,800 feet. So I do get a little bit of all seasons here. Which is okay. No ice. No ice. The snow comes and it's gone in less than an hour.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
My patio and watch the snow on the mountain, and I don't have to deal with it.
Oh, that's so great.
Yep.
It's quite cold here now.
Shall we check in with a few other people who we haven't heard yet from? And I think it's really great, Jaya, you're asking us, can we just seek to have a quick connection with any of you? And feel free to also decline, so nobody has to connect. But Alejandra Reyes, for example, you had your camera on, so I'm wondering if you'd like to just briefly introduce yourself.
Me?
And Alejandra Reyes, here we go. You're seeing it. Hello, good to meet you. You're still on mute at the moment.
Still on mute, yeah.
The classic one. And we cannot hear you, Alejandra. You are on mute. Let's see if she finds the right button. Yeah, here we go. I think it works now.
Sí me escuchan, sí me escuchan. Estoy en el trabajo y pues yo soy la abuelita de Edmar.
She's working.
Yeah.
Soy la abuelita de Edmar. No sé si tengas un traductor. ¿Hay alguien que traduzca, por favor?
¿Dónde país? Country.
Nosotros somos de la Ciudad de México.
Mexico.
Mexico, I got that.
Mexico, guys.
De mero México. Del centro de la Ciudad de México.
In the middle of the city of Mexico, Mexico City. In the middle of the Mexico City downtown, kind of sort of.
Exactamente.
Don't really.
Les platico que yo soy la abuelita, soy abuelita de Edmar.
She is the grandma, I think, a grandma of a child with OI.
Exacto. Él tiene 11 años.
She is 11 years old.
11 años. Y él tiene el tipo 3 de osteogénesis imperfecta.
And she has type 3? Tipo 3?
Él ha tenido 78 fracturas, 10 cirugías y tiene 6 clavos telescópicos en ambos húmeros, ambos fémurs y ambas tibias.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I heard that she has had like more than 70 fractures and has telescopic rods as well. So there's a lot going on with your grandchild, and so you love her very much, and you are here because you are trying to help her.
Fíjate que él estaba muy emocionado anoche que me estaba inscribiendo en querer estar con ustedes platicando, pero por cuestiones de que yo soy en el trabajo y él está en la casa, pues no se pudo él conectar con ustedes, pero él estaba muy entusiasmado en quererles platicar lo que él ha pasado en sus 11 años, ¿no? Entonces, pues ya de ahí, pues ahorita, por ejemplo, él es fotógrafo, ha tenido exposiciones, nosotros, bueno, nos inclinamos más nosotros por estar, acordarnos de todo lo positivo que nos ha pasado, porque cuando él se fractura, pues sí es mucho dolor, tanto de nosotros, verlo a él sufrir del dolor, porque pues es un dolor que no se aguanta, ¿no? Que no se le desea a nadie.
Alejandra, it's getting very complicated, molto complicado. I'm not very good in Spanish. I don't know if anyone can help here, but I heard that there's, I think, a lot of things going on, and so taking pictures and getting the right healthcare is difficult. But yeah, it's. I wished I could speak Spanish, but I don't. So if there's nobody else, I think we probably need to leave it on this one, Alejandra. But please stay connected, and thank you very much for calling in. So shall we just see who else is there? Gracias.
Mira, nosotros, por ejemplo, yo me encuentro como Alitet RG en el Face. Y pues para poder tener contacto con todos los que están conectados ahorita y con más gente, poder platicar lo que pues nos pasa, ¿no? En día con día. No sé si se puede hacer. Ahorita te mando por mensaje cómo estoy en el Face.
No puedo entender. I don't speak Spanish. No hablo español. Excusa. Sorry about that. I'm very, very sorry. But let's see who else is there. And we stay connected. Muy bien.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
Gracias.
I understand.
Oh, that's very good. Perfect. And that's great that you are still making that effort. Just jump in. That's what we like. So let's see who else is willing to just briefly introduce themselves. Just say your name and where you're from. As easy as that. So maybe, I don't know, Valentina or Ashley or Svetlana or anyone else. Don't get scared. Just
Bella or
it'd be nice to hear from any of you, or Elena or Michelle or
Mercedes. There's so many people here.
Yeah, well, people don't need to do it, but it's just also maybe they're also doing
Did
something.
you know that Sammy Haney has a lizard?
No way.
He was talking about that earlier. It was so funny.
She has a lizard. So yeah,
Because Susan was telling us about all the people in the US have dogs, but she has a lizard. Sammy has a lizard.
So
Diana, is that how you pronounce your name?
Danielle, yeah. How do you pronounce your name?
Danielle, yeah.
Do you have OI or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, very much so.
But I think you're really making a great one, because Danielle is somebody that we're super proud of. So if I may just put you into the spotlight for just a second, this pretty lady. So can we interview just for the 10 minutes that we have until Steffi G is going to join us?
Right.
You have OI not just by yourself, but also you are in a OI family, which happens very often, right?
No, not to the extent that it was present in my family. No.
Yeah. So so you grew up, knowing what OI is from people that you have around you. So how was it like growing up for you? OI is like kind of the most normal thing in the world?
For me, it was quite normal, yeah, because my father had OI, my grandfather had OI, my aunt and my cousin. So we had a big OI clan in our family. So growing up, I always had a role model. So it was pretty normal for me. It didn't seem like a problem or anything. So, and especially since my whole family was very they had normal jobs. My cousin even had his own business. My grandfather had his own bicycle business in Rotterdam. So they haven't had any obstacles. So I always believed that I could be whatever I wanted to be, basically. So yeah, so they were all great examples to me. And still are.
And you are a working girl. So tell us about what.
Because I was brought up the way that they brought me up, because they were all working. So I knew it was possible for me to work. And I wanted to work in television. So I made it happen, basically.
So you said you want to always work in television. So kind of you said, really kind of that looks kind of cool. I'm going to do this. When did you decide that for yourself, that you wanted to go into television?
When I was growing up, I always, me and my dad used to do bits like we were doing our own television show. And then I was the guest, and he was the host, and we always did these kind of videos, and it made me really interested in videos and being on camera and working with. I was always busy with television because of my OI. I couldn't really go outside hearing all day. So I used to watch a lot of television when I was inside, because I couldn't go outside and play with other kids. So that's why my obsession, so to speak, began for television programs and for that media, so to speak. And then growing up, you kind of feel like you're supposed to get a real job or something. So I went to school and I studied social studies, but it didn't really work out because it became a problem, because I was you have to do like an internship, and I have a physical disability, and it was difficult for me to get an internship because people would look at my OI as being a problem, as to being beneficial to helping other patients, because that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to help other people with disabilities, but because of my disability, people didn't. Yeah, they only saw the issues with it, with my wheelchair, that I couldn't access, or that something like that. So my dream came back, and then a few years ago, I was approached to be on a television show in the Netherlands called Kitchen Impossible, and there was this chef, and he wanted to train people with disabilities to become to get employed into the restaurant business, which wasn't really my dream, but I'm a firm believer of doing everything that you come across. And because I wanted to learn how to cook from a chef, so I was like, okay, I'll do it. I'll see how it goes. And then I met my now employer, and the restaurant business and OI really don't mix, which I found out pretty quickly. So, and then I said to this guy, so I said, well, you can't get me a restaurant job, but maybe you can get me a job at your production company. And he did. And that was 4 years ago. And now I work behind the scenes, and yeah, it's great. I love it. And because of COVID, I've been working from home for over a year now. So yeah, I can't wait to go back into the office, but it's going to take a little while longer. But yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Were you just saying it's 14 years ago?
4 years ago.
4 years ago. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking this doesn't been that long.
Yeah. I just celebrated my 4-year anniversary.
Exactly, and they've been super successful with a couple of programs, and I think you're probably like a mascot or so by now.
They call me the Vincent TV mascot. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. So, and yeah, they're really incredibly supportive of you as well. So, are you working from home, or how does it work as a working woman with OI?
I work from home now, which is actually more convenient for me, because of OI, you never know what your day is gonna look like. Some days you have good days, you have bad days. So it's actually been beneficial for me to work from home, because then I can, sort of go around my day and basically fit my body's needs. Instead of when you go into the office, you can't really lie down, for example. So if my back is hurting me, then I can lie down now with the computer and work because basically if I have internet, I can work. So that's basically how it goes from now. So in the future, I will work from home more. I will do like a 50-50, like 2 days at the office, 2 days at home, and then we'll see how it goes from there. But for now, it's going to be from home for the foreseeable future. I did have my 2 COVID vaccines, so it's probably for another month. Sorry?
Yeah, COVID, OI, OI?
Yeah, I was like
kind of random. No, the vaccine is not against OI. No, we're joking. We're just joking.
No, what a vaccine against OI.
Exactly. No, it's but yeah, you're definitely a woman that can't be stopped very easily. I remember you going to work, which is half across the country where you live, and sometimes you also have difficulty along the way, but you go by train with the wheelchair, and if things are happening along the way, like a little accident, you just still go home with your broken arm and stuff like that. But this woman cannot.
So angry with me.
Yeah, I was very, very angry with Danielle.
I remember.
You could take better care of yourself. But okay, you're probably smiling now because there's somebody who can always fix you up, which is Janus.
Oh, is he here?
He is here actually. So yeah, and I think it's just really sweet that he's calling in. So I mean, we are saying these calls are very open to everyone, and also to some of our best doctors. And if it's okay, just for a very short moment, I would like to introduce you to people around the call, because I think, well, I keep saying this, he is very, very modest, but he is, I think, the person around the world who has operated most adults with OI. I don't think there's anyone else who's seen more as an orthopedic surgeon, more adults with OI. So yeah, we're very, very proud of having you in our community, Dr. Janus.
Thank you very much, Dagmar, and also Danielle. I was impressed about your presentation. It was good that you didn't know, Danielle, that I was listening, because now I heard more things than I've ever heard from you in my outpatient clinic. It's not that I'm modest, I think, but it's more that we have a lot of questions about OI. We can't answer at the moment. That's why I think it's better as a doctor that you are not that strict that we have that solution for that kind of problem. It's rather is, and I'm very glad that it's possible nowadays that with the patients and the doctor, we come to a solution which fits the individual patients best.
Exactly, and I think also beautiful around where you are working, which is the Isala Clinic in the Netherlands, the place also that has most people with OI, adult people with OI in one place, like more than 400 are being treated, adults with OI are being treated in that Isala hospital. It's the place in the world there that has most people with OI. That, as far as I'm aware, there's nobody who comes even close. But I think you're really very strong in admitting also what the limits are of what we know at this point in time, and you're so committed to making sure we answer some of those questions, and really starting with those questions that people themselves feel they would like to have resolved. I think you're really working with the patients to see, what is the type of research that Isala should be doing on OI, so that we advance the knowledge about adults with OI. Yeah, so we're very grateful for the work that you're doing, Dr. Janus.
Thank you very much.
Okay, then sorry for surprising you with that. It was just so good of an opportunity to be missed. But with that, I think we can give a timely start to our next speaker.
Steffi.
Very excited to have Steffi there. Hello, beauty. So, I mean, you are a person that I did not even know about until like 2 days ago, and I'm saying this because I find so stupid. Where did you come out of the sky? I mean, is it just me living under a rock, as my daughter keeps telling me, my 15-year-old daughter with OI? She says, under which rock are you living? So like a little snake or so. So have you been very much known in the OI community in the US? Maybe could very well be.
I like to believe so.
So tell us a little bit more about yourself, because here's definitely a couple of people are more from the European space and maybe have not heard so much about you. So just anything you'd like to share from your point of view about to introduce yourself.
Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. It's amazing to be here. It's amazing to take part of this emotional, special, and awesome day that Wishbone Day is. It's my first time participating as a speaker, so that's also pretty cool. My name is Steffi. I am in the United States. I'm in Florida. I am a disability and inclusion advocate. I'm actually a local ambassador for the city I live in to highlight inclusion of everything that has to do with the city, restaurants, outdoor activities, just everything that you can do. I'm also an adaptive fitness fanatic. I am becoming a personal trainer. I am training a person with a disability right now. We're having a lot of fun. We're adapting very cool workouts. I'm also a wife and a dog mom to 4 dogs. Let's see what else. I think that's about it.
The model and the badass I was reading somewhere. So
I love selling myself short, but yes, I am a model. I was in a fashion show this year, and I am now signed to a talent agency.
That
I love your tattoo, by the way, I must say.
Bad.
Thank
you.
Very nice. Thank you.
Nice floral theme going on there. So
just sets me apart. So yeah, the one with the tattoos.
Yeah, Well, that's a perfect way to make a statement the way you want it to be. And well, I noticed you through a conversation you've had with Tony Jacobson, who was also already on our show today, on our open stage for OI. And yeah, I've also, his work has maybe been initially more about Europe, more about the US, but now more and more people are discovering his work and your work as well in other places of the world. So yeah, so maybe let's explore a bit on what's most important for you from those many things. That it sounds like you are, instead of just thinking what you can mean for other people, but for you yourself, I think you're a learner first and foremost. You enjoy discovering new things, it seems, or not?
Yes, it's always a work in progress. It's always a learning experience. It's always a trial and error, but I've been doing it for over 10 years. So for me, it's a little bit more, it flows. It's, I know more or less what my body can't handle or can't. But now I'm moving on to adapting workouts for people with different disabilities. And I'm trying to showcase that in my YouTube videos.
So what is the type of area that we should be paying most attention to when it comes to your background? Because there's so many different things going on. So help us to understand, what are the 2-3 things that maybe are most typical Steffi and that are really also worth discovering?
Typical Steffi, motivator, fitness addict, and YouTuber now.
Yeah. So let's talk about the motivator first. Is that a kind of an individual type of coaching relationship that you're talking about?
Yes, there's a lot of ways to motivate. There's a lot of ways that us people with disabilities tend to motivate other people. I like to motivate through showing people what I do. I can sit here and talk to people for hours and tell them how they can do things, how, give them a positive reinforcement speech. But at the end of the day, I think we all learn, something snaps in our brain when we see something. So I don't really like to talk about motivation. I motivate through showing people. So for example, I'm not going to tell you, yes, you can work out, you should try it, you should do this. I'm going to tell you, here are 10 YouTube videos of me working out. If you'd like me to help you, it can definitely happen. And the same thing goes for driving, I live by myself, I live with my husband, just anything. My motivation, I guess my method is to show people. And that's what I like to do. I like to get out there. I like to be proactive. I like to do things that maybe people wouldn't think I'm able to do. It's always funny to me, the looks that I get when I get off my truck and I put gas. People are just trying to figure so many things out within 5 minutes. But it's that kind of show stop. Oh my God, it is possible. That's kind of impact that I like having on people.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So can you drive? Are you able to drive?
Yes, I drive my own truck. I have hand controls and the ramp, the conversion to the truck. That's about it.
Wow.
I've been driving since I was 16. Mm-hmm.
So Jaya was just telling us she's about 20, right? So
I'm 21.
21. Apologies. So yeah, but it's just realizing that some things are probably possible, and the question is just more like the how. And I think you're trying to remove some of the also barriers people thinking in terms of your coaching is not just about this is how you get a car or so, but it's also about it's probably you not realizing that this is also an option for you. And so how do you help people with that? Is that something that you do specifically for people with OI or with all kinds of disabilities? How do you approach that?
So I'm more of inclusion advocate. So anyone that needs it, whether you have a disability, whether you're newly injured, whether you listen, there's people that have absolutely no disability, absolutely no injuries, that have told me, Steph, I don't know how to put gas. And my brain just, I mean, to process that. So I help whoever needs it. I'm not inclusive to the OI community. I'm not even inclusive to the disability community. Anyone that needs the help, I'm here.
And you're then basically take it from the client back, and whatever their needs are, and challenging their beliefs by actioning things. So that sounds like a great formula. And a part of being able to do stuff, I mean, is definitely also the physical side of it, right? The physical ability. And you were saying that you're also very much into that space. So maybe tell us a bit about your own physical development. Have you always been very sporty, maybe, and very, very much into physical activity yourself?
I've always been a daredevil. I think that's where it all started. And my mother and my whole family was never, would never stop me from doing things. If I wanted to ride a bicycle, it was just a matter of how can we adapt this to her and how can she be able to participate. I was in the swimming team of my elementary school. I played volleyball in 5th grade. It was, I always wanted to make sure that I was a part of everything. I'm very nosy. And that's when the whole physical part of it began. I want to make sure that I'm strong enough to do things. I want to make sure that I can keep up with my body. When we do slow down, that's when it kind of catches up to us. We start having more pains and aches. We may start having more breaks because our body starts being in this, very mild movement itinerary. So I always kept up with anytime I had a break, anytime I had a little bit of a major break in a car accident about 12 years ago. And that's when I got into the gym, because the ortho basically said, you shattered your knee, it's gonna heal, but don't have much expectations of it afterwards. And to me, that was heartbreaking, because my legs carry a lot of strength for me, for transfers and to get in my car and all that stuff. And I pretty much rehabilitated my own leg. And I started exploring in the gym. I started swimming. I started making my way into the actual gym and looking at people and kind of analyzing every little machine. And I mean, that was it. That was about it for me. I fell in love with it ever since.
So, I mean, you disclosed in the video with Tony Jacobson your type of OI, which I found, it's a very severe form of OI, let's put it that way. And still, you kind of had that belief that, things should be possible if you build it up piece by piece, step by step, and then almost you make whatever type or number it is, you make this the type Steffi, I would say, that you are basically making your body the way you think it needs to be to work for your goals, right? Is that how it looks?
Yeah. I always tried. It's a game between keeping my mind and my body in the same page, and a lot of times my body's just trying to catch up.
Yeah, but it's also about not allowing a kind of type to kind of define your ability. Because I also definitely heard a few times when people were saying, well, I'm severe form of OI, and I should not even try this. I shouldn't want this, and that will definitely then also keep them from trying anything. So luckily you had parents that kind of removed that pretty early on and allowed you to think about it differently. So this is something that is from a mental point of view, is just really it's the barriers more than the actual inability that sometimes can stand in the way, right?
Yeah, and I like to make sure that I give the whole story. It's not everything is unicorns and rainbows. Not everything has gone perfect for me. I fell out of a bicycle. I fell out of an ATV. Yeah, I broke my femur riding a horse. It's, to me, I'm not gonna say about everyone else, but to me, it's fine. It's people without disabilities have accidents throughout their childhoods as well, you know. And I always tried not to feel different. I always tried to, okay, it happened. I even broke a femur one time learning how to mop. I told my mom, hey, teach me how to mop. That did not go well.
To mop? Sorry, mop, what do you mean?
Mop. To mop. To actually
literally. Wet floor type of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, wet floor mop. I don't know what was wrong with my childhood, but I don't want to mop now as an adult. But as a child, I guess I wanted to.
Thing is not wanting to mop now. I really don't.
No one wants to mop now, but I know how to, unfortunately. So yes, it's not always gonna go well. You are prone to an accident in the gym, in your bed, in your shower, in your car, everywhere. I had a big accident in my car. I couldn't wait to take that cast off to get back in the car because I don't like things intimidating me. I didn't want my car to become an intimidation of, oh my God, now I'm petrified of driving because I got into an accident. That's life. Life is not always going to be perfect. And as I learned that at a very young age, you know, I fell out of the bicycle. I'm like, that stupid bicycle, how dare she? I'm going to get back on it. Wait till my leg heals. Just hold on. And I learned how to ride a bike, and I learned how to ride a horse, and I learned how to mop. So, hey, I'm here. I'm fine.
You made it.
It's not always going to be perfect, but you're going to be okay.
And you're so clear that you love your life the way it is. You know, there's just nothing that you wished kind of differently in the essence of it. You know, obviously, you know, who wouldn't break less or so. But you know, maybe just tell about you know, some of the things that you've learned maybe because of your OI. So how do you also for yourself position it as something, you know, like a gift? I think that's really what came through in that conversation with Toby.
To me, it's a silent superpower. It's what I like to call it. I understand that the type that I have is not mild. I understand that I'm a miracle baby, and that's how I live my life. I'm very thankful for every single day that I have the chance to wake up by myself, get dressed by myself, make my own food, walk my dogs, go on a date with my husband, drive my own car. It may seem like a lot, but even last year with my jaw surgery, I had made a post about, you know, some things that we take for granted, such as chewing and being able to sleep and being able to talk. I had to learn how to do all these things within 3 months. And it's just a lot that we take for granted. And my osteogenesis has allowed me to kind of unlock that little part of my brain that keeps you grateful no matter what. You broke a bone, well, thank God you didn't break two. You have a tumor, well, thank God you're able to fix it. And that's pretty much how I wake up every day.
So the gratitude part. So do you actually have some tips on how to kind of nurture that part? Because I think we all know how to be thankful, but also, you know, this pace in life is so fast. You know, how do you really hold on to some of these life lessons? And so maybe also to those people who are now listening in, you know, if there's something, you know, that you do or that you can recommend from your coaching practice as well on how to really those moments that you important in terms of learning. Oh, there's somebody who should mute themselves, please.
grade. I'm not a PT, so it wouldn't have given us.
Sorry, I don't know where that comes from.
Not give permission for this grade.
Can we please mute ourselves?
We were well within that 45 days, and we participated in the
That is funny. I don't know where that comes from. Okay, that was.
There you go.
Here we go. That was the Beth, actually. Beth checks. Anyway.
The beauty of lives.
Exactly. So we were talking about gratitude and how to capture those kind of moments and make sure it really nurtures you also for what you do thereafter.
To me, it's about grounding yourself in reality. I think that sometimes we expect life to be perfect. I think sometimes we expect life to be horrendous all day, every day. And the reality of it is that life has its waves. It goes up and down. You're going to have good days. You're going to have bad days. In the good days, enjoy them. In the bad days, give yourself grace to have that bad day. It's okay to have a bad day, but know and understand that it's only a bad day. You don't have a bad life. You're not cursed. You're not damned. You're not, don't give into the negativity. That's what gets me through my bad days. I've had pretty dark days, and it's going to pass, and better days are going to come. And in your resting days and your down days, as I like to call them, plan how you're going to enjoy your better days so that when they do come, you appreciate them and you double the fun pretty much, because you learned from those bad days. And every day wake up and write 3 things that you can do. I think we love to focus on what we can't do. And maybe you can't drive a sports car, maybe you can't ride a horse, but maybe you can go watch sports car and you can take part in looking at them, feeling them, taking pictures with them. Maybe you can't ride a horse, but maybe you can go feed them. Maybe you can go bathe them and brush them and be in their presence. We need to stop focusing on what we can't do, because no matter whether you have a disability, whether you don't, there's a lot of people that have nothing physically wrong with them that live in very, very dark worlds. And to us, we're like, wow, if I could walk, everything would be perfect. And that's it. That's not it. You need to be okay with your reality. You need to embrace who you are, and you need to start shifting your mindset into, there are 5 things that I can do today, and I'm grateful for that. That's it.
I think that's a really big stuff that, yeah, I see a lot of enthusiasm all around, right? So yeah, because it's stuff that we all can tend to forget, including also myself. And so it's not so much how life is, but more what we focus on and what we perceive. And so that's always a selection of stuff. And if we choose to really focus on those things that are possible and that we are grateful for, we can just amplify that. And there is always other stuff going on too, but it will just weigh less on your shoulders and on your heart and on your relationships and all these things. So it's really about the focus you choose today. And you choose can do, you choose also making physical exercise a priority. It also, the stuff like that does not just happens by yourself that you're fit. You need to work hard for that. So you really make this very disciplined. Did you know, Steffi, I was just recently learning that in the Middle East, people with a disability are called people with determination. It's the standard term. I actually can even show you a video of a friend of mine who also has OI, who was in Abu Dhabi. She has quite a severe form, so she was not really planning to travel the world, but she does, and she will hopefully after Corona do that again. And she was showing a picture of people with determination this way, and there will be a ramp. I think this is the most wonderful term, because you are kind of Mrs. Determination to me. You kind of choose, this is what I got to do. This is what I think I can contribute to others, and also to you yourself. And I think that's really a key to having a good perspective, I guess, on life in your future.
You're always, I can guarantee you can find one positive thing even on the worst day of your life. And that's very hard to come to terms with. But I can tell you, in the darkest day, that was when I was 13, I broke my neck and I ended up paralyzed. On that very dark day, I was blessed with the best surgeon in the United States that brought my feeling back. I may have not looked at it that way that day, but that was the most amazing thing to happen to me on the darkest day.
So
wow, thank you for sharing your thoughts.
So sorry, I'm just got lost in the in the picture. So in the most darkest days, sometimes the most important beauty lies indeed. And once my daughter also had a neck injury, and actually broke her neck as well. And it was actually something she said at that very moment in time, on that very day, that was a huge wake-up call for me personally as well. So it's yeah, definitely something also to hold on to, especially when things are tough. So maybe let's come to the third point that you mentioned as something that you are proud of, and it's about your kind of career as a YouTuber. And forgive me again my ignorance, because maybe also just the learning on that front. But how did you go into that space, and what do you want to achieve there?
I wanted to show in detail more than in theory. On my Instagram, I started doing a couple pictures, a couple of short videos, and I noticed that people still had a lot of questions. And I thought to myself, you have to do your from beginning to end, your entire routine. And you have to let people see how you transfer, how you pick up your weights, how you get off your chair. That's one of the biggest questions. How do you work out on the floor? So I said to myself, YouTube is very, very broad, very, I can reach a lot of people through there. And that's how the journey started. I started making videos. I showcase my workouts from beginning to end. I tried to list on the description box what I use, where you can find it, how you can buy it. And I always welcome people to talk to me, ask me questions. That's one thing that, yes.
So, what's your, because you said that you have a YouTube channel, right? About working out. What is the name of? Because I'm kind of interested.
It's Steffi G. I don't know if they're gonna put all the links to my socials at the end of this, but I can, if you write to me, I can definitely send you the link as well.
Okay.
I will do that in the meantime. Indeed, absolutely.
Could you maybe please also send it in the chat of this Skype?
No, that's
of this Zoom. Yeah,
exactly what we
that would be
just
nice. So then we can all see it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Follow you on Instagram and YouTube and everything. That would be great.
Exactly. So and when did you start your YouTube career, so to speak, Steffi?
Not too long ago. Actually, I uploaded my first video probably 2.5 months ago.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I've just been doing it every week. So it's, it's been piling up.
So how many subscribers do you have?
Last time I checked, about 65, something like that.
Okay.
Well, definitely will be a few more after this call. So maybe, I don't know, Danielle, if you are able to kind of put that onto the chat at some point in time, because then not good in doing two things at the same time, but those people that clearly would like to hear more can also get into that channel, for example, or find you on Facebook, where there's also a lot of information available. Go ahead.
Do you what's the word, check your Instagram message?
I do.
You do?
I try to keep up. I try my best.
Yeah, I think that's really important, right? If you're starting to almost build a professional career, a business in the social media, it's really important to overlook that. But that again, it requires discipline and determination, to really also overlook all of that. I mean, personally, I also started to do a bit more in that space, but it's just really like 5 different channels, and then you also want to deliver some of the content that it's a bit more deep and not just instantaneously. So it requires a lot of planning and discipline. At the same time, you also mentioned in that webinar with Tony that you are actually quite a chaotic person, somebody who really likes to just do things on the fly, so to speak. So yeah, I mean, all this kind of social media channel stuff, does that work easily for you? Is that something that you enjoy? Is it not overwhelming as well at times?
No, it's to me, it's my outlet. So I may not look like a social butterfly, but I am. And I love interacting with people. And social media has allowed me to do that. So I always make sure I literally schedule time aside from my day to answer to comments, to answer any questions that people may have, any direct messages on Instagram. Sometimes they get lost. So if I haven't responded to you in a week, tap me again. Odds are it just got lost in the general messages. But I do try to keep up, and it's my absolute pleasure to answer and interact with everyone.
You definitely got many more new friends from all around the world here today. Steffi, thank you so much for sharing your amazing story and really taking away here that it's really what you choose that you will get into your life. So draw it into your life, know what you want, and then it's just wonderful to see it, inspiration people like yourself that it's just. It's possible, then you have more energy and more courage to strive for it. So thanks so much for sharing these messages.
You're very welcome. And it's definitely possible, but you do have to put your part. It's not just, this is what I want and it's going to come to you. You have to put the work in. You have to keep your consistency. You have to do it over. If you fail, do it over. Get up again and again and again and try it again. I had the dream of being a model for years, and I would have never thought that 5 months after jaw surgery, I would be in a runway in Miami. But I did it, and it's possible.
When it happens, basically.
That's awesome.
You least expect it, then stuff will happen.
Yeah. I was healing, and I got the email, and I said, I don't know how we're going to make it happen, but yes,
we're doing it. We're doing
exactly.
it.
So start before you're ready, I think is what they call it. So because, we'll never be really ready. Just do it. And if you say yes to many of these challenging things, you learn a lot. That's for sure, right?
That's what the chaos is all about. Just throw yourself. Say yes, do it, try it. You might fail. And if you do, now you know.
Exactly. Steffi, one last thing before we turn over to our next guest in terms of your wish for Wishbone Day.
My wish is for everyone to take just one little thing that I spoke about today and to show me that you can be positive. It's very easy to be negative. Show me you could do the hard work. That's my wish.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much on behalf of all of us. I really appreciate your messages and your input for thinking, which I'm sure will keep us busy for quite some while. So quite some homework to do for all of us, including myself. So I really loved it, Steffi. And I will not keep losing you from our radar again. So hope to see you again at some point in time. Thanks so much. And I would say we just briefly again seize the opportunity to point out that there is this space to stay connected. So I mentioned before that we have a kind of global space where people can continue to keep in touch. Steffi, I just know her since yesterday or the day before, did not arrive on it yet, but that's the space I was talking about before. And I think I just copy pasted. Yeah, I've now pasted the link into the chat. if you want to join the community for OI that we have created. So just a quick shout out before we turn over to Eddie in a second. So this is where beyond Wishbone Day, we can also continue to stay in touch. So you're seeing here, hopefully, on your screen, a world map.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. And that world map is really, I mean, I've just started in Europe, but it's, you know, fairly young, just 2 months old. And we are very keen to have all of you, all of you that actually have OI or OI in the family involved on that platform, because we strongly believe that we should have kind of Wishbone Day every day, an ability to tap into each other's amazing talents. Where we have people like Steffi, we have other people that have other very interesting gifts to offer to the community. And this is really the way we can make them accessible to each other. So how does that work? To be very practical about it. So this is an interactive world map, which you can just look at wherever you are in the world. It shows you who else is around. People can, of course, choose not to be visible in one specific city or so. They can just be visible, for example, in Germany, somewhere in the middle. But you definitely can also, you know, open their more detailed information and find out more about how they live their life. And that gives you often a reason to be in touch with them or to ask them for help. And how would you even go about asking a stranger for help? And I think it's just something I want to make practical for a second, if you don't mind, because I have created 3 of these communities by now. And the point is, often people originally don't know each other that well, but they start to get to know each other better and better. And because we bring them together in webinars, and then also people can utilize the platform to find each other when they need to. And I just show you how that works, because this felt is available for everyone. So there's, for instance, the activities related to Care4Bones. Imagine you are someone who is starting to live by yourself, and you want to hear from people who have started to study, for example, or people who have started to drive a car or whatever it is, you know, anything, kind of a big change that you feel, oh, I'm not sure how that's going to work, how that works. And then you can just decide here, act as a mentor or coach for others, for example, and you can see who else, you know, may be available. 42 people have said that they're willing to coach or mentor. Then you may want to think, okay, I really want somebody to mention in my country. And imagine I'm living in Australia, for example. So I select those people that are willing to coach and mentor in Australia, and I'm going to check out who those 4 people are. Well, these are Matthew Grossrenner, which is an amazing IT entrepreneur. He just actually sold his company to Cisco Systems, that caliber, and he has OI. Joe Regan, who was doing a talk before that, who is the inventor of Wishbone Day and who is a very strong researcher and social innovator. Jade Cross, she's the president of OI in Australia, actually. And Iviane Grossrenner also has OI. She is a psychologist, PhD, and a wonderful mother of a baby without OI. And she has spent a lot of time trying to see how she can have a child, but also a child without OI. And everyone needs to make their own choices, but she's willing to, you know, also help people along. So just to give you that idea, and because she has indicated that people can actually reach out to each other because they know she has actually opened the door for that. Yeah, that's the idea. And then we also have webinars. Just very briefly show you, and then we turn it over to Eddie in a second. So here we have the webinars, which are about all kinds of topics that you want to hear about. So it's really about not us organizing things from the top, but rather you telling us what you would like to learn about. Like on the right-hand side, again, the family planning for OI families. It's something that many people expressed an interest in, and then we organize them. Or here's something around physiotherapy after the first rodding surgery. Well, That's something that you don't need all your life, but certainly when it happens, it's a very important point and turning point in the child's development. We record that and we put it into this media center, which is like a library. And the Living with OI is a wonderful methodology that was developed by two people that I just discovered on the call, and two people from the Netherlands who are professionals in theater and group dynamics, I would like to call it, Pim and Wim. And they have lovingly developed a concept how the OI community can talk to each other about things that they experience in their life in a safe way. So we do that in the Netherlands in Dutch, but we also have this version, which is English. And it's a kind of facilitated group of maximum 8 people. So it actually is a very safe environment, 2 hours of a workshop. So, and when people want to continue working certain topics like the psychosocial topics, for example, they can go to those networks where they can find more information about adult care or about psychosocial, about other things. So this is still very new. I just wanted to give you that awareness that it's something that you can think about. And by all means, please just join us on that platform to stay connected. With that, I just would love to welcome Eddie into our podium here. Thanks so much, Eddie. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Very well indeed, and happy Wishbone Day to you.
Thank you. You too. I love all the yellow. It's so eerie.
Exactly. Quite a number of people with yellow around here in our community. That is always bright, right? So it's bright is always. You need to dare to stand out, and you know how to stand out because you've been doing a lot of performance work. You've been.
Yes.
Yeah, so some people may not know you because we're, have some people here from all around the world, Eddie. So do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, just a bit where you live, just basic stuff. Great.
Well, it's nice to meet everyone. I think this is amazing that there's so many people here from around the world. That's a concept that is kind of mind-blowing to me, that, everyone's from around the world. And, I've been involved with the OI Foundation in the United States, but sometimes it's hard to travel, and so I haven't met a ton of people from around the world, so this is pretty cool. But my name is Addie Wisniewski. I'm currently in college studying musical theater, and I love performing and singing. I also dance, and I started doing it in middle school around 6th grade because I would always sing. And my mom and my parents knew one of my neighbors was doing the musical and tried to talk me into doing it. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm so scared. They were like, you should try it. So I tried it. And the second that I was on stage performing, I fell in love with it. I never thought I'd be doing it in college, but here I am doing it in college. I have a couple of my friends from college that I see on the meeting today watching me and supporting me. So that's amazing. But yeah, so I've been doing that. Although sadly this year I had a pretty traumatic accident in January. I fell out of my wheelchair and I broke my neck, as some of us were talking about. But I had a good checkup today. So I get to, I'm healing. So I broke my leg and a bunch of other things and had to have brain surgery, which was an interesting adventure. But I'm out of the hospital and I'm recovering at home with the support of many friends. And so it's wonderful to be here today. And yeah, it wouldn't be an OI event if it wasn't for breaking yourself,
True. How old are you, Eddie?
I am 20 years old. I forgot to mention that. That's important.
Indeed, and you're already kind of out there in the college life, so to speak. Are you able to sing actually with your protection around your neck at the moment? How does that work?
I have not been able to sing like I used to sing, but I did send you a video clip that I used that I think is a good reference. Right now I'm working on strengthening my breath again because I was unconscious for about a month. Wow. So my vocal cords and everything is not where it used to be, and I want people to see like maximum potential. Mm-hmm. So I would love if people would view the video from a few months ago. It's on YouTube. It's an unlisted link, so it's not public, but I can make it public. I also play ukulele, so that's a great thing. I don't have it nearby, otherwise I would grab it.
I actually have the YouTube link here available. Shall we just maybe listen to that, and then we can talk more about your
Let's do
art,
it.
and maybe because you know what song it is or from which musical this is, maybe you just want to explain what it is from.
So this is a song called Pretty Funny, and it is from the musical Dogfight, which is about a bunch of United States Marines in the 60s, and they made a bet to try and take the ugliest girl on a date. And she was a waitress named Rose. That's who I'm singing as. And the story, the guy ends up falling in love with Rose for who she is as a person, and obviously realizes that that's not a very nice thing to do, bet on people for not being pretty. And I think I related to it because I always have this irrational fear of like, oh my gosh, what if someone's pitying me and that's why they're taking me on a date or something like that. And so I really connected with this song because it's just an emotional song, and I really think that character is something that I could play eventually, and it's a really good musical. So yeah.
I didn't know about it yet, but
me neither.
Yeah, so we're gonna listen to it for now, and I really would like to challenge you to check out both the singing part as well as I think this acting part, which I think you in a very subtle way you're also doing, which really helps the whole message. So let's enjoy that for a moment. I'm just hoping that everything works in terms of technology. Otherwise, please somewhere but should be all right.
Close the window, draw the curtain, hide the bright light of the moon, hang the dresses, ugly dresses. No one likes maroon. Wipe off all that stupid lipstick. Return the earrings to their case. Makeup won't make any difference. It's still the same old face. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny you believed that it was real? Pretty funny. All disasters have an upside. You can find one if you try. You were dancing, you were dancing. You were dancing with a guy. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? Aren't you funny? are just cruel. Shut the light off, turn the bed down. No more crying, don't you dare. You'll wake up sometime tomorrow and forget to even care. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny? For a moment, he convinced me I could be pretty funny.
Wow.
Thank you so much. The comments are so sweet. Oh my gosh. Oh,
You have such a beautiful voice.
thank you so much. Thank you.
And it's really tough stuff to sing. I mean, this was also the kind of jazz type of tunes. It's not the simple melody, so to speak. So you really have such a great trained voice already.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about your kind of singing career and how it started with, singing more and more often and you're
Yeah.
actually training towards becoming a singer in that sense.
Yeah. So one important thing that I think is important to take away from that song before we go into how I started singing is all disasters have an upside. And that's one of the lyrics in the song.
Yeah.
And I think that resonates with me and probably everyone in this Zoom, because no matter what disaster that you go through in your life, whether it's a really bad break or a surgery, every disaster has an upside and you can find one if you try. And so I felt that was like the most important lyric. And I think that it like just kind of hits you in the feels, so to speak. It pulls at your heartstrings and makes you feel things. And I think that that's what's beautiful about that song. But as for singing, I have always kind of liked to sing and I don't know, just mess around with melodies and such. And so after I did my first musical in 6th grade, I was in love with it. And then in 7th grade, I did it again. And I got a voice teacher or like a voice coach to help me. And she helped me all through high school, all through grade 12. And she also assisted me with the college audition process. So when you go and study musical theater or music in general, a lot of times, actually I think every time there's an audition process. So you have to sing or do a monologue, like an acting piece, or play your instrument if you're not a vocalist. And that's kind of how you get into the program that you want. And then also apply to the university. So they're usually 2 separate steps. But so she prepared me for that. I also did a lot of summer camps and things where I would learn, but I was always the only one with a disability when I would do those summer camps and things. And that was, I think, always challenging in a way because I knew that I could do it, but I almost sometimes people around me weren't sure what I was capable of. And then I'd start singing and they were like, oh, wait, she's actually pretty good. Like she can do this, she's an equal competitor. And I always thought that was unique because my voice was something that carried me and made me feel like I was equal to everyone else. And that was like my way of being competitive and competing with others. I also did competitions called Nats, NATS. It's National Association for Teachers Students. And so I'd go every year. And one time, the only time that I ever placed was when I had surgery on my leg. And I told my mom, I was like, we are going to this. I'm prepared for this competition. She's like, are you sure? Like, I don't think it's a good idea to drive all the way there when your leg's broken. And I like insisted on going this competition. So I went on stage and with my leg in a cast, and I was just sitting there, and I ended up getting second place in this competition. So after all of that like training, I couldn't believe it. I was on pain medication, and I was like, oh my God, like I cannot believe this. And so, you know, that was a pretty cool experience. But I think something is important, I guess, to talk about is everyone has their thing that they really enjoy doing. And I don't think it always needs to be like so extreme that you would study it in college. But for me, I didn't really see myself doing anything else after a while. And I was like, this is something that I want to share with the world. And so it's kind of cool that I got to do that today. Kind of got to share with the world.
So you really decide that that's the thing that yeah, Eddie is about. And then you're going to find your way to do that. Does music and singing help you also with your OI at times?
I truly think that it really does help with lungs and breath control. When I started, you know, singing, I remember I used to get like sick every year with pneumonia or whatever. And as I got into singing more and more and I got older, I sort of outgrew that. And my lungs got a lot stronger. So it's definitely helped with that. I've had things happen where like I broke ribs, but I still had to sing in something. So that was painful. But I do notice that it's definitely helped with my breathing, which is a big part of OI. So, you know, you want to make sure you have good lungs. And then it also helps with the emotional aspect. Like for me, it's like therapy, you know, it's my way of connecting what I feel or my pain and putting it into music. And it's like it's a really nice outlet to have when you're going through things. And just like earlier we saw, you know, the YouTube channel, that was sort of her outlet. So for me, music has always been something that I love, and then singing was my way to, I guess, express what I was feeling into.
And by doing that, and I just felt it also when we were looking at the YouTube video together, it makes us feel something too. So it almost helps us with our own emotions. And yeah, I think it's really important that we make that space, right? To
absolutely,
yeah, just connect on that deeper level. So
yeah. Normally I don't do sad songs. My sort of, I guess, reputation is the comedy songs, you know, the funny things. But that song, just something about it is so compelling. And I thought, especially for this event, the lyrics and even the story, you know, of Rose feeling like she's less than, but kind of realizing that she's not. It's all about your mindset. And she realizes, like, oh, wait, other people's opinions don't really matter to me, you know? And so she kind of has that moment where she's realizing, like, all disasters have an upside. Like, her life is a disaster, but there's an upside somewhere. So
exactly. So if there's a really crappy situation, where's the jewel in all of this? You know, where it's a matter of finding it, and the determination of seeing both. Huh? I think it's really about not trying to make it like everything is always honky dory, because it's probably not.
No.
Exactly. So what would be your wish on Wishbone Day for people with OI?
Oh, geez. I think my wish is for everyone to find what makes them happy and what makes them have a drive or a passion. Find whatever it is that you do that makes you feel something and continue to do that. Whether maybe it's art, maybe it's writing. It doesn't have to be singing, it doesn't have to be acting or dancing. It can be anything you want it to be, and put everything that you have into it, because it will change your life for the better. And it just, yeah. So find something that you love, that you're good at, and pursue it.
I think that's a wonderful thing to take away. It's really absolutely awesome, Eddie, that we've now been also able to experience you. I mean, I'm sure there's many people who've joined from the US who already knew of your talent, but I think it's a start also of getting this outside out from the US into other places also, because you are such an awesome talent. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to do this. It's very exciting. I actually see my friend Carola. We do a dance with the Rolettes LA, and so we met through this like virtual group of women with disabilities who dance. And I saw Carola, and I was like, "Do you have OI?" I mean, she was like, "Yes, I do." And so that was really cool. So I see her on here. Hi.
Hi, Eddie. Yeah.
Can I just brief you, also bring you to the stage, Carola, just as we're waiting for our two other people to join us. So lovely to meet you too, Carola.
Yes, of course. Hi.
Tell me a little bit, what are you doing together? What type of dance is that?
It's actually a mentorship program, and it's established by the Rolettes LA Dance Group. It was established by Chelsea Hill. He's the head of the Rolettes LA Dance Group, and it's like more like a mentorship program, where disabled wheelchair user women are can connect through like it's an online thing right now, but we can connect from all over the world. And actually, I'm from Hungary, and I found this community first on Instagram, and I decided to sign up, and that's where I met Eddie, and I was so happy that there's someone at in the program who has the same disability as I am, because I never met anyone with this disability from abroad. So yeah.
It was really cool. And they also offer like dance classes if you want to take them. I like, as a performer, I like always like dancing, so I joined it for the dance aspect, but found so much more. And I remember I was like, wait, Carola looks like she has OI, you know, and I was so excited because a lot of the women.
There's some people who probably should mute themselves. Let me just help a little bit. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay. Technical difficulties.
Exactly.
But
awesome.
It was really cool. It was awesome. And I was like, a majority of the women in the program have like spinal cord injuries or things along the lines of that. And so when Carol was there, I was like, wait, there's someone else with OI here.
And Carol, you live in Hungary still, or are you in the US as well?
Yes, I live in Hungary, but I'm planning to move to the US after I finish my bachelor at university here. Yeah, I'm 21 years old, and I just started university here.
See, that's so cool, because that's the whole point. And sorry for just pitching this one in yet again, because it's really the whole point of our day to day. And Eddie, I think you also haven't kind of joined that space yet, but may I just get the two of you, hopefully, and hopefully others as well, onto our kind of new Care4Bones website. And I'm just going to show you, it's sorry, that's a picture I just took. Sorry, if I just ignore that for a second. How can I get that one done? Here. So the whole point of Wishbone Day every day, which is the title of our open stage, is that we continue to stay in touch. It's not just that once a year we have this ability to connect, but that we do this, you know, whenever we feel like it. And of course, we all live in the real world, but every now and then it's also good to see who else in the UI world may share something that we are finding important, and it can be health aspects, but can also be other aspects. So here's a community where we can worldwide, and we don't have anyone from Hungary yet, I think. Nope. But from many other places in the world, also see what they care about, and we can bring, for example, young girls together or ladies together that enjoy singing. Actually, literally, I'm not sure let's check, because that's how it works. You go to the filter, everyone can use that. I hope under interests I've put singing. Let's see. I didn't test that one before, so it doesn't open. Oh yeah, sorry, hobbies, probably. Singing, let's see if that's in there. Probably did music. Okay, it's close enough. 34 people are into music. So then the question is, what type of music are they in? And I'm happy to put in singing as well as a search term, or dancing for that matter. I think dancing may also be there. Let's see. Dance. Here we go. 7 users. So the idea is that we can connect on completely different levels, or we can also, for example, see, when you are starting to live independently, or you move to another country, and you want to have someone showing you around how, in terms of mobility, a certain big city works. You can check out if there are other people with I living there, and you want to have somebody who's acting as a mentor or coach, for example. So there's 42 people who are willing to act as a mentor or coach at this point in time. And then you say, from let's take the United States. I'm sure we have a few people there who are willing to. United States. Can you please mute yourself? Thank you very much. So it's 7 people who said that they, Tony Jacobson. I'm sure he is kind of a cool coach. Jessie Preston, Wendy Adolphson, Blair Smith, Ronan Sanders herself, Catherine Klivitas, Valerie Salzman. So here are just, some people that have started to go into this space to allow to connect, as and when needed, so that people can find each other in ways that are helping even beyond Facebook. I know Facebook is great with regard to just a question and then people come up with some answers. But here we're trying to really come together around topics of shared interest for the longer run, I would say. So we have also webinars around topics that the community wants to hear more about. So basically you tell us what you want, we set up those webinars. And there's many places where there's no healthcare where we believe we can organize that. And surely OIF also organizes many things, and we visit their webinars, and they could also be promoted here. But by all means, I think we all also in different languages can just pull that together and benefit from each other's activities in this area, whatever it may be. So this is just a few that happen in the next month or so. This is like a conversation group for parents of teens, for example, just 8 people. So lots of options available to us. And then you can always stay together and form a network of people that share a certain interest. So just leave it here, because this whole idea is about staying connected. And I thought, you already connected in a beautiful way through dance and the love for music that you both have. And yeah, I hope, you can also help us in the broader sense to stay connected. Thanks to both of you, and happy Wishbone Day again.
Thank you so much for inviting me today, and thank you, Carola, for jumping on last minute. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It was wonderful.
All right. Well, then I'm just removing those spotlights on the 2 of you, and I'm going to ask 2 new people to the stage.
What are lovely ladies.
Jessie and Eve, exactly. So I found Jessie. There we go. That's the first spotlight.
Hey,
Hi,
Jessie. I haven't seen Eve yet.
Oh,
to be honest.
Let's see. Maybe it's her mom or somebody else. I think. Let's see. Has somebody seen Eve yet? No.
A shout out in the
Jessie, you can wing this.
You already have fans, which doesn't surprise me. I haven't seen you in so long.
Yeah, so long ago.
Yeah.
Well, I have seen Jessie actually yeah, not too long ago, because Jessie is also studying communications. And then recently you asked if there was something that you could do with us as Care4Bones, our foundation, right? So yeah, she's done a lot of work around our foundation just to kind of clarify our strategy and stuff like that. So maybe,
Awesome.
Jessie, as we're waiting for Eve, can you just tell us a little bit about kind of your life as a student and what you're doing at the moment, and then maybe later on we speak about the dancing part.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessie. I am 22 years old and I live in the Netherlands. And I am studying management, and I am doing an internship at the army.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's so cool.
Yes, it
How long
is.
have you been doing that?
I started a month ago, and it's until the end of June.
Oh, wow.
So it's really short, but it's really nice.
Yeah, that's a cool learning environment, I would say.
Yeah, it is.
And you're studying management/communication then? Or
Yeah.
how does that work?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Cool.
what kind of project do you have for your internship there?
I have to make a tool for the human research department.
What kind of tool are they looking for then?
Kind of tool to invite more people at the army.
All right, to get more people to enlist, so to speak.
Yeah.
And what kind of army, what kind of branch are you?
I am in the project department.
Yeah.
At the army in Utrecht.
Okay, but is that for like Marines or?
Well, it's for the Landmacht, and next week I am going to the Marine.
Ooh. Can I come? I'm just kidding.
Sure. I send you the address.
I think that lots of other people are also into kind of the study of communications, and so that is an interesting one. But you're saying you are studying for management, but then communication is an important part of that, I guess, right?
Yeah, it is.
Because that's also what you were looking into with the foundation on how we communicate now and how we're working with the Care4Bones website. So that was definitely something that from a communications point of view is kind of a innovative step that we are taking as a foundation. So I really like your many questions around it. So as we're still waiting for Eve to join, I don't think she's there yet. Just maybe tell us a bit about what is it that you would like to do with your study once you have finished it. What do you picture yourself doing?
Well, that's a good question. I like to do the project management stuff, and I think I want to work at the army at the Marines.
Oh, so where does that come from? Did you get that feel from your internship at the moment, or did you have that feeling already before?
I had it before, but now I have it more during my internship.
And what makes that so special? Yeah, sorry about that.
I don't know. I have a good feeling about it, and I don't know. It sounds cool.
That's true. That's very true. It does. And actually the army is quite a good employer, so I can imagine why you want to work there, because they have really good working circumstances. So yeah, that's great.
So I mean, and I hope if someone noticed Eve coming in, and then you please let me know, because I think we just rearrange a bit to talking to you, Jessie, then about your dancing, because ever since I know you, and I know you already since you were quite little, actually.
Yeah, really long.
Gosh, yeah, but you've been dancing all along. So when did you start?
Well, I think I started in 2009.